The water is the colour of dark honey where the last light touches it, and cooler blue everywhere the light does not reach. It is early evening along a coastline that will not exist in this shape for very much longer, geologically speaking, though nothing living here tonight has any way of knowing that. The air smells of salt and warm kelp, and the faint mineral sweetness that rises from a sea this rich with life. Somewhere beneath the surface, in water still holding the day's heat, something enormous moves without hurry. Its body is longer than any predator that will ever swim these waters again. Its shadow passes beneath a drifting raft of kelp, and small fish scatter, then settle, the way they always have, the way they always will, for one more evening at least. This shark does not know it is near the end of something. Nothing does. There is no thunder tonight, no fire in the sky, no single catastrophe arriving, to end an age in an afternoon. There is only the tide, the cooling water, and a long, slow question the ocean itself has already begun to answer. What changed was not the shark. What changed was everything around it. If you enjoy listening to sleepy prehistoric dinosaur stories like this, subscribe. I post stories like this weekly, and it costs nothing to follow along. Now let yourself settle in, and let the tide carry you backward, millions of years, into a warmer and wider ocean than the one that exists today. To understand what happened to the largest predator the sea has ever produced, you first have to understand the sea it was born into. It was not the ocean we know now. Sea levels sat higher across most of the world, sometimes 50 or more meters above where they rest today, and the water that filled that extra space was warm almost everywhere it touched land. Coastlines curved differently. Shallow seas reached deep into continents that are dry today. Bays that no longer exist once held nurseries of unimaginable abundance. This was the middle of what geologists call the Miocene, stretching later into the early Pliocene, a span of roughly 20 million years during which the modern ocean was quietly assembling itself. Whales were diversifying into extraordinary new forms. Warm currents carried nutrients across enormous distances, and somewhere within that abundance a shark grew larger than any fish before or since, shaped by a world built almost perfectly to sustain it. This is a story about that world, and about the long, quiet unravelling that removed it. It does not end with an explosion or an impact. It ends the way most true endings do, slowly, and almost without anyone noticing until it has already happened. There is no need to hold on to every detail tonight. Let the facts arrive the way the tide arrives, gently and in their own time. If your eyes grow heavy before the story ends, that is exactly where it means to take you. Picture the Miocene ocean from above, though nothing capable of that view yet existed. The continents sit closer to their modern positions than in the age of dinosaurs, but the water covering them tells a different story. Antarctica has not yet locked itself completely inside permanent ice. Global temperatures run several degrees warmer than today, and that warmth reaches deep into the sea, softening water that in our own age would be sharp with cold. Along the coastlines, the difference is immediate. Warm, shallow water spreads across continental shelves that modern maps would show as dry land or far offshore. Florida is mostly submerged. Much of the American southeast lies beneath a warm, gentle sea. The Mediterranean basin holds a different configuration of water and salt entirely. Everywhere, the ocean has more room to breathe and more warmth to hold on to. This matters enormously for what grows within it. Warm water holds and cycles nutrients differently than cold water. Where currents rise from the deep and meet sunlit shallows, they carry with them the minerals that fuel entire food webs. These upwelling zones, found along the edges of continents and around volcanic island chains, became some of the richest nurseries the ocean has ever produced. Plankton bloomed in astonishing density. Small fish gathered to feed on the plankton. Larger fish gathered to feed on the small fish. And whales, already diversifying into forms both large and small, moved through these waters in numbers that would be almost unimaginable today. The air above this ocean would have felt different too, thick with moisture, carrying the mineral scent of warm water and the occasional sharpness of volcanic ash drifting from young island chains still rising along tectonic boundaries. Coastal fog rolled in some mornings, softening the horizon into pale grey before the sun burned it away by midday. Beneath the surface, light penetrated further into warmer, clearer water in many regions, illuminating reefs built from different corals than exist today, patient structures that had been accumulating for thousands of years undisturbed, seagrass meadows spread across shallow lagoons, swaying gently with the tide, sheltering juvenile fish and providing grazing ground for early sirenians, the slow, gentle ancestors of modern manatees and dugongs. It was, by almost every measure available to paleontologists reconstructing it now, one of the most productive periods the global ocean has experienced in the last 100 million years. Fossil evidence recovered from Miocene marine deposits around the world shows extraordinary diversity, multiple whale lineages coexisting in the same waters, several distinct groups of seals and early pinnipeds establishing themselves along coastlines, and sharks occupying nearly every possible predatory role, from small reef hunters to open ocean giants. This was the ocean into which Megalodon was born, though the shark itself did not appear from nothing. Its ancestry stretches back tens of millions of years earlier, through a long lineage of large predatory sharks that had been growing steadily larger across the Cenozoic era, each generation slightly better adapted to hunting the increasingly large marine mammals sharing their waters. The genus most closely associated with Megalodon, Otodus, first appears in the fossil record not long after the extinction that ended the age of dinosaurs, when the ocean itself was still reorganizing after losing many of its dominant marine reptiles. Early members of this lineage were formidable but modest by later standards, reaching lengths that would have made them impressive but not extraordinary among Cenozoic predators. Across millions of years, as whales grew larger and more numerous, the sharks hunting them grew alongside their prey. This is one of the clearest examples paleontologists point to when discussing coevolution between predator and prey at a truly enormous scale, two lineages locked together across deep time, each shaping the other's evolution through the simple, patient pressure of survival. By around 20 million years ago, in the early Miocene, the lineage had grown into something approaching the animal most people now recognize by the name Megalodon, though even then it continued growing larger for millions of years afterward, reaching its greatest size somewhere in the Middle Miocene, a period of such abundance that the ocean itself seemed to have no upper limit on what it could sustain. Fossil teeth recovered from this era, scattered across marine deposits on every continent except Antarctica, tell a story of extraordinary geographic range. Megalodon teeth have been found along the coasts of North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Australia, embedded in sediment that once sat beneath warm coastal water. This was not a localized predator confined to a single region. It was, for a span of roughly 20 million years, one of the most widely distributed apex predators the ocean has ever known. The teeth themselves offer the clearest physical record available, since shark skeletons are built almost entirely from cartilage, a tissue that rarely survives the fossilization process. Cartilage decomposes quickly, leaving little behind for sediment to preserve. Teeth, by contrast, are built from far harder material, and sharks continuously shed and regrow them throughout their lives, sometimes producing tens of thousands of teeth across a single lifetime. This means that although complete Megalodon skeletons are essentially unknown to science, its teeth exist in extraordinary abundance, scattered through marine sediment layers around the world like a long, patient signature left behind by an animal that otherwise vanished almost entirely from the physical record. Each tooth can be remarkably large, some exceeding 7 inches along the diagonal, broad, triangular, and finely serrated along both edges, built for slicing through flesh, cartilage, and even bone with brutal efficiency. Comparing these teeth to those of modern great white sharks, scaled proportionally, allows paleontologists to estimate the animal's overall size, though the exact methodology remains a subject of ongoing scientific discussion and gentle disagreement among researchers. Beyond the teeth, a small number of fossilized vertebrae have been recovered, since a shark's spine, unlike the rest of its cartilaginous skeleton, calcifies enough during life to sometimes survive fossilization. These vertebral fragments, along with the teeth, form the entire physical foundation from which the modern understanding of Megalodon has been built, a reconstruction assembled patiently over more than a century of careful, incremental study. What emerges from this evidence is an animal shaped by, and perfectly suited to, an ocean of extraordinary abundance, a world where whales were plentiful, where warm water stretched across enormous distances, and where an apex predator of genuinely enormous size could find enough food, generation after generation, to sustain itself and its offspring across 20 million years of relatively stable conditions. The ocean did not create Megalodon by accident. It created the conditions under which an animal like Megalodon became not just possible, but for a very long stretch of deep time, almost inevitable. Somewhere in that warm, nutrient-rich water, in bays and coastal shallows scattered across the world, the largest predatory fish the planet has ever produced grew from ordinary beginnings into something the modern ocean has never seen again. And for millions of years that world held steady, generation after generation entering warm water that seemed, from the perspective of any single lifetime, as permanent and unchanging as the tide itself. Consider for a moment the sheer geological patience required to grow an animal like this. 20 million years is a span of time that resists ordinary comprehension. It is roughly 8 times longer than the entire span separating the present moment from the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. Within that immense stretch of time, mountain ranges rose and eroded. Rivers changed course entirely. Entire island chains formed from underwater volcanoes grew forests and eroded back beneath the waves. And through all of it, in warm coastal water scattered across the globe, one lineage of shark continued its slow, patient work of growing larger, generation after generation, in response to nothing more dramatic than an abundance of suitable prey and a stable, welcoming ocean. The geography of that ocean deserves a slightly closer look, since it shapes so much of what follows in this story. During the early and middle Miocene, a shallow seaway still connected the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through Central America, a region that would not close entirely into the isthmus we recognize today until several million years later. This open seaway allowed warm equatorial currents to flow more freely between the two ocean basins than they do now, spreading warmth and nutrients across a wider stretch of the globe and helping sustain the broad band of tropical and subtropical coastal water Megalodon depended upon. Similarly, a seaway across what is now the Middle East, connecting the Mediterranean region to the Indian Ocean, remained open during parts of this period, before tectonic movement gradually closed it. These now vanished ocean pathways functioned almost like circulatory vessels for the planet, distributing warmth and nutrient-rich water across distances that modern ocean circulation, shaped by a very different arrangement of open and closed passages, no longer replicates in quite the same way. It is worth sitting, for a moment, with how different this ocean would have felt to move through, compared to the one that exists today. Warmer water extended much further from the equator in both directions. Coral reefs grew at latitudes where they cannot survive in the modern world. Coastlines curved differently, shaped by higher sea levels that pushed the water's edge many miles inland of where it sits now in many regions. A traveller moving along any given coastline during the Middle Miocene would have found warm, productive water stretching on and on mile after mile, season after season, with little indication that this generosity might ever come to an end. Estimating the size of an animal known almost entirely from teeth and scattered vertebrae is a careful, patient science, built more on comparison and mathematics than on any single dramatic discovery. Most current estimates, drawn from tooth proportions compared against modern great white sharks and reinforced by rare vertebral evidence, place Megalodon somewhere between 15 and 20 meters in length, roughly 50 to 65 feet, though some researchers argue for figures at the lower or higher edges of that range. Whatever the precise number, the animal was large enough that a fully grown adult could have approached, and in some estimates exceeded, the length of a modern humpback whale. Its mouth alone, reconstructed from tooth arrangement and jaw proportion, would have been wide enough to comfortably enclose 2 adult humans standing side by side, though of course no human ever shared water with this animal, separated as they are by tens of millions of years. The bite itself represents one of the most thoroughly studied aspects of Megalodon biology, since bite force can be estimated with reasonable confidence from jaw musculature reconstructions and comparison to living relatives. Estimates place Megalodon's bite force among the strongest ever measured or calculated for any animal in Earth's history, land or sea, exceeding even the bite force estimated for large theropod dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus. This was not an animal that needed to rely on speed or stealth alone. It possessed, quite simply, one of the most powerful bites biology has ever produced. The teeth built for delivering that bite were remarkably specialized. Broad, triangular, and finely serrated along both edges, they were shaped less like the narrow, grasping teeth of many other predatory sharks, and more like precision cutting tools, built to shear through thick blubber, dense muscle, and even bone with minimal resistance. Researchers examining wear patterns on recovered teeth have found evidence consistent with repeated contact with bone, suggesting Megalodon regularly bit through skeletal material while feeding, rather than avoiding it the way some more delicate-toothed predators do. Growth studies conducted on vertebral fossils, using the same kind of ring-counting technique foresters use on tree trunks, suggest Megalodon may have lived for several decades, quite possibly reaching ages of 40 years or more, growing steadily larger throughout much of that lifespan. Sharks, unlike mammals, generally continue growing throughout their lives, though the rate slows considerably with age, meaning the largest individuals in any Megalodon population were very likely also its oldest. One of the more debated aspects of Megalodon biology concerns its metabolism and temperature regulation. Unlike most fish, which allow their body temperature to match the surrounding water, a small number of shark lineages, including modern great whites, makos, and porbiggles, have evolved a form of partial warm-bloodedness known as regional endothermy, or mesothermy. Specialized blood vessel networks allow these sharks to retain metabolic heat, generated by their swimming muscles, keeping certain parts of their body, particularly the muscles used for swimming, several degrees warmer than the surrounding water. Because Megalodon belongs to a related lineage, and because mesothermy appears to have evolved within this broader group of sharks well before Megalodon's own emergence, most researchers now consider it likely that Megalodon also possessed this ability, perhaps to an even greater degree given its enormous size. A larger body retains heat more efficiently than a smaller one, a simple consequence of the relationship between surface area and volume, meaning Megalodon may have been able to maintain elevated body temperatures more effectively than almost any other shark before or since. This mattered enormously for where the animal could live and hunt. Mesothermy allowed related sharks to tolerate cooler water than fully cold-blooded fish, extending their hunting range into temperate seas, while still relying primarily on the abundant warm and temperate coastal waters where prey concentrated most heavily. It offered flexibility though, as later chapters of this story will show, that flexibility had limits that would eventually matter a great deal. Reconstructing Megalodon's likely prey provides another window into its biology. Bite marks preserved on fossilized whale bones, along with a small number of embedded Megalodon teeth still lodged in ancient vertebrae, give paleontologists direct physical evidence of what this predator hunted. Marks consistent with Megalodon bites have been found on the bones of several Miocene whale species, including early baleen whales, roughly comparable in size to modern minke or grey whales, smaller and more numerous than the giants that dominate today's oceans. Isotopic analysis of preserved tooth enamel offers a second, independent line of evidence. By examining the ratios of certain chemical isotopes absorbed through diet, researchers can estimate an animal's position within an ancient food web. Studies applying this technique to Megalodon teeth consistently place the shark at the very top of Miocene marine food chains, feeding at a trophic level even higher than many modern apex predators, including living orcas, suggesting a diet composed heavily of large, energy-rich marine mammals rather than smaller fish. None of this suggests an animal built for spectacle or drama, however striking its proportions may seem from the safe distance of tens of millions of years. Every trait recovered from the fossil record points toward efficiency, a body built to convert abundant prey into sustained growth, a bite built to process that prey with minimal wasted effort, and a physiology tuned to extract maximum benefit from warm, nutrient-rich coastal water. In this sense, Megalodon was less an aberration than a logical outcome, the natural endpoint of tens of millions of years spent in an ocean generous enough to support it. It did not need to be more than what the environment demanded of it, and for a very long stretch of deep time the environment demanded exactly this: an animal large enough, strong enough, and efficient enough to sit unchallenged at the very top of one of the richest oceans the planet has ever produced. The largest teeth recovered so far, still occasionally found today along certain coastlines and riverbeds, where Miocene sediment has been exposed by erosion, remain a quiet, tangible connection to that vanished world, small enough to hold in a single hand, yet each one a fragment of an animal that once measured its length in tens of feet and its bite force in numbers that still startle researchers encountering them for the first time. It is worth pausing here in the stillness of that fact. Somewhere, in warm water now buried under millions of years of sediment, an animal like nothing alive today moved patiently through its world, untroubled, for a span of time longer than almost any predator in Earth's history has managed to endure. The teeth deserve one more moment of attention, since they carry more information than their simple size might suggest. Each tooth, examined closely under laboratory conditions, reveals fine growth lines within its internal structure, not unlike the rings within a tree trunk, allowing researchers to estimate not only the age of the individual shark that shed it, but something about the particular season or conditions under which that specific tooth formed. Sharks shed and replace teeth continuously throughout life, arranged in rows that rotate forward to replace worn or lost teeth from the front of the jaw, meaning a single animal may have produced tens of thousands of teeth across its lifetime, a detail that helps explain why Megalodon teeth remain even now one of the most commonly found large vertebrate fossils anywhere in the world. The shape of the jaw itself, reconstructed from the careful arrangement of recovered teeth into their probable original positions, reveals a mouth built with remarkable structural logic. Larger, broader teeth toward the front and sides of the jaw were suited for the initial powerful bite and grip. Teeth positioned slightly further back carried a more pronounced cutting edge, suited for the shearing motion that would have separated large pieces of flesh and blubber from a whale carcass or a living target. This was not a mouth built for a single motion, but for a coordinated sequence, grip, shear, and release, repeated as needed until prey had been sufficiently subdued or reduced. Modern reconstructions of Megalodon's overall body proportions, informed by comparison with the most closely related living sharks, suggest an animal with a proportionally larger head and somewhat stockier overall build than a modern great white, though still fundamentally streamlined for efficient swimming across long distances. Its pectoral fins, broad and powerful, would have provided the lift and steering control necessary to maneuver a body of such tremendous mass through open water with surprising agility for its size, though almost certainly nowhere near the burst speed of smaller, more agile predatory sharks. Speed, in fact, was very likely never the primary strategy this animal relied upon. Ambush and overwhelming power appear far more consistent with the physical evidence than pursuit across long distances. A predator of this size, hunting whales that themselves possessed considerable swimming endurance, would have gained little advantage from prolonged chase. Instead, the evidence points toward a hunting strategy built around powerful, close-range strikes, likely targeting the more vulnerable areas of a whale's body. The flippers, tail flukes, or rib cage, where bite marks consistent with Megalodon attacks have most frequently been recovered from fossilized whalebone. No predator, however capable, exists apart from what it eats. To understand Megalodon fully, it helps to slow down and look closely at the animals sharing its ocean, the whales whose abundance made a predator of this scale possible in the first place. The Miocene was, among many other things, an age of extraordinary whale diversity. Baleen whales, the group that today includes blue whales, humpbacks, and grey whales, were still diversifying rapidly during this period, producing far more distinct lineages than survive in the modern ocean. Many of these Miocene whales were smaller than their modern descendants, often comparable in size to a modern minke or grey whale, rather than the truly enormous blue whales that would not reach their record-breaking modern proportions until millions of years later. This distinction matters. A whale in the 15 to 25 foot range represents a substantial but manageable meal for a predator the size of Megalodon, whereas a fully grown modern blue whale, reaching lengths approaching 100 feet, would present a very different kind of prey entirely, one far less practical to hunt. The Miocene Ocean, in other words, was populated with whales sized almost perfectly for a predator of Megalodon's proportions, neither too small to be worth the effort, nor so large as to be impractical or dangerous to pursue. Alongside these mid-sized baleen whales swam early sperm whale relatives, some of which were themselves formidable predators, and a wide variety of dolphins and porpoises, many considerably larger and more heavily built than their modern relatives. Fossil evidence suggests some Miocene dolphin species reached lengths rivaling small modern whales, filling ecological roles quite different from anything common in today's ocean. The coastal waters where much of this life concentrated were shaped by the same upwelling systems discussed earlier, zones where deep, nutrient-rich water rose toward the sunlit surface, feeding blooms of plankton that in turn fed enormous schools of small fish. These schools attracted whales in numbers that would strike a modern observer as almost impossible to imagine, gathering along coastlines during seasonal migrations to feed, breed, and, in the case of many species, give birth in sheltered, relatively warm coastal shallows. These shallow coastal bays served as calving grounds and nurseries, areas where whale calves could grow for their first months or years, in water warm enough to conserve their body heat and shallow enough to offer some protection from the very largest oceanic predators. It was precisely these nursery zones that appear to have drawn Megalodon most consistently, based on the geographic distribution of fossil teeth recovered from ancient coastal sediment. Fossil deposits in several regions, including parts of what is now the eastern United States, Panama and Peru, have yielded unusually high concentrations of juvenile Megalodon teeth, alongside the remains of whale calves, a pattern that has led researchers to propose these locations functioned as Megalodon nurseries themselves, sheltered coastal waters where young Megalodon could grow in relative safety, while feeding on the abundant, smaller prey these nursery bays provided, including juvenile whales too large and too well defended for the young sharks to hunt as adults would, but still substantial enough to support rapid growth. This detail matters enormously for understanding the rest of the story. Megalodon appears to have depended on these warm, shallow coastal nurseries, not only for feeding, but for the survival of its own young. Just as whale calves needed warm, sheltered water to thrive during their earliest and most vulnerable months, so, it seems, did juvenile Megalodon. The relationship between predator and prey, in other words, ran deeper than simple hunting. Both depended on the same coastal geography, the same warm, shallow water, the same seasonal abundance. Megalodon's fate was tied to the whales it hunted in more ways than one, sharing not just a food web but the very geography that made survival possible for the youngest members of both lineages. Beyond whales and dolphins, the Miocene coastal ecosystem supported enormous populations of seals and early pinnipeds, sea turtles reaching sizes considerably larger than most living today, and a wide diversity of large fish, including other, smaller shark species occupying roles beneath Megalodon in the food web. This layered abundance created a genuinely rich ecosystem, one capable of supporting not just Megalodon, but an entire community of large marine predators simultaneously. It is worth noting that Megalodon was never entirely alone at the top of this food web. Other large sharks shared these waters, including ancestral forms related to the modern great white, though during most of the Miocene these relatives remained considerably smaller than Megalodon itself, occupying a different, less dominant position within the same broad predatory guild. For millions of years this arrangement held steady, Megalodon largely unchallenged at the very top, its smaller relatives filling adjacent ecological space without direct competition for the largest prey. This was, in every sense available to paleontology, a stable and productive world, one where energy flowed reliably from plankton to small fish to whales to the largest predator the ocean had produced, generation after generation, across millions of years of relatively unbroken abundance. And yet stability of this kind, however solid it feels from within any single generation, is never permanent. Every piece of this system, the warm water, the shallow nursery bays, the mid-sized whales, the reliable upwelling currents, depended on a set of planetary conditions that were, even then, quietly beginning to shift beneath the surface of things, in ways no creature swimming through that warm water could have possibly perceived. It helps, at this point in the story, to imagine a single day within one of these coastal nurseries, since the abstractions of deep time can obscure just how vivid and immediate this ancient world actually was. Picture early morning light filtering down through shallow warm water, perhaps 10 or 15 meters deep, illuminating a seafloor covered in seagrass swaying gently with the tide. A pod of whale calves and their mothers rests near the surface, occasionally rising to breathe, their calls carrying through the water at frequencies that would have travelled for miles in every direction. Smaller fish move in tight coordinated schools near the reef structures at the bay's edge, flashing silver as they turn in unison to avoid a passing predator. Further out, where the bay opens toward deeper water, a young megalodon, still years from adulthood but already longer than a grown human is tall, patrols the boundary between shelter and open ocean, feeding opportunistically on the abundant fish and smaller prey available within reach of the nursery's edge, growing steadily larger with each passing season, preparing, without any conscious awareness of doing so, for the day it would leave this sheltered water behind and take its place among the adults hunting in the open ocean beyond. This single scene, repeated with variation across hundreds of such nursery bays scattered along coastlines around the world, represents the foundation upon which Megalodon's entire 20 million year success was built. It was not one location or one population, but an entire distributed network of similar warm, sheltered environments, each one doing the same essential work, protecting the youngest and most vulnerable individuals long enough for them to grow into the formidable adults capable of sustaining the species' place at the very top of the ocean's food web. Understanding this distributed, networked nature of Megalodon's success matters enormously for understanding what happens next in this story. A species dependent on a single location can be undone by a single localized disaster. A species dependent on an entire network of similar habitats, scattered generously around the world, requires something different, something slower and more pervasive, to meaningfully threaten its survival. What began to unfold across the following millions of years was exactly this kind of slower, more pervasive change, one that would not strike any single nursery bay with sudden violence, but would instead, gradually and almost imperceptibly, begin narrowing the network itself, bay by bay, region by region, across a span of time too long for any single generation to fully perceive. If you're settling in for the night, let yourself sink a little deeper into the pillow now. Subscribe if you'd like the next story waiting for you when you return. There is no rush from here. Let's continue drifting back through that warm, vanished ocean. The story of what happened to Megalodon does not begin with the shark at all. It begins, as so many of Earth's great transformations do, with slow changes in ice, ocean currents, and the invisible chemistry of the atmosphere, unfolding over spans of time too long for any single generation of any species to perceive. For most of the Miocene, Antarctica had not yet locked itself into the deep permanent ice sheet that covers it today. Earlier in Earth's history, the continent carried at least partial forest cover in places, and the surrounding Southern Ocean ran considerably warmer than its modern counterpart. This mattered for the entire planet, since a warmer Antarctica meant a warmer global ocean overall, less ice to reflect sunlight back into space, and gentler temperature gradients between the poles and the equator. Slowly, across the middle and later Miocene, that began to change. A combination of shifting ocean currents, changes in atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration, and the gradual opening and closing of key oceanic gateways between continents set in motion a long, patient process of global cooling. None of this happened as a single event. It unfolded across millions of years, each individual change small enough that no ecosystem experienced anything resembling sudden crisis. And yet, layered together across deep time, these changes added up to something enormous. One of the most significant developments involved the deepening and widening of the passage between South America and Antarctica, known to modern geologists as the Drake Passage, along with related changes around Antarctica more broadly. As these gateways opened, they allowed a powerful, uninterrupted current to begin circling Antarctica entirely, a current still present today known as the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. This current effectively isolated Antarctica from the warmer waters further north, allowing the continent to cool more rapidly and consistently than it otherwise would have, since warm equatorial water could no longer reach its coastlines as easily as before. As Antarctic cooling accelerated, ice began accumulating in greater volume and stability than at almost any earlier point in the Cenozoic era. This growing ice sheet did more than simply cool the far south. It began drawing water out of the global ocean system, locking what had once been liquid seawater into solid ice, and in doing so, gradually and steadily lowering global sea levels across the planet. For an ocean-dwelling ecosystem built around warm, shallow coastal water, this single consequence, ice accumulation lowering global sea levels, would eventually prove to be one of the most consequential changes of the entire Neogene period. but its effects unfolded with the same unhurried patience as everything else in this story, stretching across millions of years rather than arriving as any single, memorable moment. Alongside falling sea levels came a broader cooling of ocean temperatures worldwide, though the effect was far from uniform. Polar and temperate waters cooled considerably more than tropical and equatorial regions, which retained much of their earlier warmth, even as the overall planetary average declined. This created something researchers now describe as an increasingly steep latitudinal temperature gradient, meaning the difference in temperature between warm equatorial water and cooler polar water grew larger and more pronounced than it had been earlier in the Miocene. For marine life accustomed to a more evenly warm ocean, spread generously across a wide range of latitudes, this shift mattered enormously. Species and ecosystems that had once thrived across broad bands of warm coastal water found that warmth itself slowly contracting toward the equator, retreating from regions where it had once reliably existed. Evidence for this gradual cooling comes from multiple independent sources, each confirming the same broad pattern. Oxygen isotope ratios preserved in the shells of tiny marine organisms called foraminifera, recovered from deep sea sediment cores around the world, record ocean temperature at the time those shells formed, and these records show a consistent cooling trend, accelerating through the late Miocene and into the Pliocene. Sediment cores drilled from beneath Antarctica itself reveal expanding layers of ice-rafted debris, fragments of rock carried into the ocean by growing glaciers, further confirming the pattern of accelerating polar ice growth during this period. None of this cooling was catastrophic in the way a sudden volcanic winter or asteroid impact might be. There was no single terrible year in which the ocean's character changed all at once. Instead, generation after generation of marine life entered a world subtly cooler and subtly different than the one their parents had known, each shift small enough to seem unremarkable within any single lifetime, yet cumulatively, across the many millions of years this process required, entirely capable of reshaping the planet's oceans from the poles inward. It is worth pausing here to consider how this kind of change actually feels, or rather, how it does not feel at all, to the animals living through it. A whale calving in a warm coastal bay during one particular year would have noticed nothing unusual. The water still felt warm. The prey still gathered in something resembling their accustomed abundance. It was only across many such years, compared against each other from a vantage point no single creature could ever hold, that the pattern of contraction and change became visible at all. This is, in many ways, the central and most important feature of the entire transformation this story follows. It was not an extinction event in the dramatic sense the word usually carries. It was a long, patient redrawing of the map of where warm water could reliably be found, and for an ecosystem built entirely around the presence of warm, shallow, nutrient-rich coastal water, that redrawing would eventually prove to matter more than almost anything else that happened during this stretch of deep time. There is a particular moment scientists sometimes point to when discussing this cooling trend, a threshold known informally as the Middle Miocene climate transition, occurring roughly 14 million years ago, when Antarctic ice sheet growth accelerated markedly, and global temperatures began a more sustained decline after millions of years of relative warmth. Before this transition, the Miocene had actually opened with a period of pronounced warmth, sometimes called the Miocene climatic optimum, during which global temperatures ran even higher than they would for the remainder of the epoch. It was within this earlier, especially warm interval that Megalodon and the ecosystem supporting it reached some of their greatest abundance. The transition that followed did not erase that abundance overnight. Ocean temperatures remained, for millions of years afterward, considerably warmer than today's, and productive coastal ecosystems continued thriving across most of the areas they had previously occupied. But the trajectory had changed. Where earlier millions of years had trended toward greater warmth and greater habitat availability, the trend now bent gradually in the opposite direction, a slow, patient reversal of the very conditions that had allowed Megalodon's lineage to grow so large in the first place. Geologists studying this period often describe climate change of this kind using the metaphor of a slowly tightening frame around a picture that otherwise remains largely the same. The picture in this case, the general character of the Miocene Ocean, warm, productive, full of whales and abundant fish, remained recognizable for millions of years after the cooling trend began. What changed was the frame itself, the boundaries within which that productive world could exist, drawing gradually inward, decade after decade, century after century, millennium after millennium, until the cumulative effect, measured across the full span of the late Miocene and Pliocene, became impossible to ignore. Among all the consequences of the slow global cooling described in the previous chapter, none mattered more to Megalodon's future than what happened to the shallow coastal nurseries where its young were born and raised. As sea levels fell gradually across the late Miocene and into the Pliocene, driven by the steady accumulation of Antarctic ice, the shallow coastal shelves that had once stretched so generously along the world's continents began to shrink. Water that had covered these gentle sunlit shelves for millions of years slowly retreated, exposing what had once been sea floor to open air, and narrowing the warm, protected bays where young Megalodon and countless other marine species had spent their earliest and most vulnerable years. This process unfolded unevenly around the world. Some coastlines shaped by particular geography retained substantial shallow water even as global sea levels fell. Others, especially in regions where the continental shelf sloped more steeply toward the deep ocean, lost their shallow nursery habitat far more quickly and completely, as even a modest drop in sea level was enough to remove most of the gently sloping shallows those nurseries depended upon. For a predator like Megalodon, this mattered in a very specific and consequential way. Unlike many marine animals, sharks in this broader family give birth to live young rather than laying eggs, and those young, while already formidable predators in their own right compared to almost anything else in the water, remain vulnerable during their earliest years, both to larger predators and to the simple physiological challenge of thriving in water too cold for their bodies to regulate efficiently. Warm, shallow coastal water solved both problems at once. It offered some degree of physical shelter from the largest oceanic predators, including, in some cases, adult Megalodon themselves, since juvenile sharks of many species instinctively avoid the deeper water where the largest and most dangerous adults of their own kind tend to hunt. And it offered thermal stability, water warm enough that a young shark's developing body did not need to expend enormous amounts of energy simply maintaining its temperature, energy that could instead be directed toward growth. As these nursery zones contracted, generation after generation of young Megalodon faced a shrinking supply of the specific kind of habitat their survival depended upon most heavily. This did not mean nurseries vanished instantly or completely. The process, consistent with everything else in this story, unfolded gradually, across hundreds of thousands and eventually millions of years. But the trend, once established, moved in only one direction: fewer suitable nursery bays scattered along fewer stretches of remaining warm, shallow coastline. Paleontologists studying the geographic distribution of juvenile Megalodon fossils across this period have documented a corresponding pattern, a gradual reduction over time in the number of distinct nursery locations represented in the fossil record, alongside evidence suggesting the nurseries that did persist became increasingly concentrated in a smaller number of especially favourable locations, places where local geography or ocean currents continued providing the warm, sheltered conditions young Megalodon required even as the broader coastline changed around them. This kind of habitat concentration carries its own quiet risks that would not have been obvious to any individual shark navigating toward one of these remaining nurseries, but that become clear when viewed across the full span of deep time available to modern researchers. A population increasingly dependent on a small number of specific locations becomes, by simple consequence, more vulnerable to anything that might disrupt those particular locations, whether through further sea level change, shifts in local currents, or changes in the availability of the smaller prey those nursery bays needed to sustain both young Megalodon and the whale calves sharing the same waters. It is worth noting that Megalodon was not alone in depending on these nursery environments. Many of the whale species it hunted relied on similar warm, shallow coastal water for their own calving and early development, meaning the contraction of suitable habitat pressed against predator and prey simultaneously in ways that would ripple forward through the following chapters of this story in increasingly connected ways. None of this would have registered in any given year as anything resembling crisis. A Megalodon returning to a familiar nursery bay one season would very likely have found water still warm enough, prey still present in something resembling its accustomed abundance. The The changes accumulating across this period moved slowly enough that they remained, for any single lifetime, essentially invisible, felt only in the slow, patient accumulation of small differences across generations too numerous for any individual animal to compare directly against each other. And yet the pattern, once fossil evidence allows modern researchers to compress those many generations into a single continuous record, becomes unmistakable. The warm, shallow world that had made Megalodon's extraordinary size and abundance possible in the first place was slowly and steadily becoming smaller, narrower, and increasingly fragile, even as the animal itself, shaped by tens of millions of years within that older, more generous world, continued growing to fill a role the changing ocean could support for only a limited amount of time longer. One especially well-studied fossil location, a coastal deposit in what is now Maryland along the eastern United States, offers a particularly clear window into this transition. Researchers examining sediment layers there, spanning several million years of the Miocene, have documented shifting patterns in the size and age distribution of megalodon teeth recovered from successive layers, with younger layers showing subtle changes in the proportion of juvenile to adult teeth compared to older layers, a pattern consistent with, though not definitive proof of, changing nursery use in the region, as coastal geography and sea level shifted across this span of time. Similar patterns, gathered from multiple sites around the world and considered together rather than in isolation, form the basis for much of what paleontologists currently understand about the slow contraction of Megalodon nursery habitat. No single site provides a complete answer on its own. It is only by comparing many such locations, layer by layer, region by region, that researchers have been able to reconstruct the broader pattern this chapter describes, a patient, decades-long scientific effort not unlike the patient, millions of years-long environmental process it seeks to understand. While the shallow nurseries slowly contracted along the world's coastlines, a second, closely related transformation was unfolding within the whale populations Megalodon depended upon for food, one just as gradual and just as consequential. The mid-size baleen whales that had populated the Miocene Ocean, in such reliable abundance, comparable in scale to modern minke or grey whales, did not remain unchanged as the planet cooled around them. Whale evolution during the late Miocene and into the Pliocene moved in several directions simultaneously, but two trends in particular stand out clearly in the fossil record, and both mattered enormously for Megalodon's future. The first involved body size. As the ocean's temperature gradient steepened with cold, nutrient-rich water increasingly concentrated at higher latitudes rather than spread evenly across warmer regions, whale lineages capable of exploiting these newly rich polar and subpolar feeding grounds gained a significant advantage. Larger bodies retain heat more efficiently, a simple consequence of the relationship between an animal's surface area and its overall volume, and larger bodies can also store more energy as blubber, allowing whales to undertake longer migrations between distant feeding and breeding grounds. Across the late Miocene and Pliocene, several whale lineages began trending toward considerably larger sizes than their earlier relatives, a gradual pattern that would eventually, over millions of years extending beyond the scope of this particular story, produce the truly enormous blue whales, fin whales, and other giants that populate the modern ocean, animals larger than almost anything that had existed in the sea before them. This growth in whale body size created a genuine challenge for Megalodon. A predator built to hunt whales in the 15 to 25-foot range, efficiently and without excessive risk, faces a very different proposition when its prey begins trending toward 40, 50, or eventually 80 feet in length. Larger whales are more dangerous to attack directly, capable of inflicting serious injury on even a large predator through simple size and mass alone, and they require proportionally more energy to successfully subdue, changing the basic calculation of risk and reward that governs any predator's hunting strategy. The second major trend involved migration. As productive feeding grounds increasingly concentrated at higher, colder latitudes, many whale lineages evolved toward long-distance seasonal migration, journeying between cold, food-rich polar and subpolar waters where they fed intensively, and warmer, calmer tropical or subtropical waters where they bred and gave birth. This pattern, still visible today in species like humpback and grey whales, allowed whales to access the richest available feeding grounds without sacrificing the warm, sheltered conditions their calves required for survival. For Megalodon, evolved for and adapted to a more consistently warm ocean, this shift presented a genuine dilemma. Following whales into increasingly cold, high-latitude feeding grounds would have meant venturing into water considerably cooler than the shark's physiology, even accounting for its likely mesothermic ability to retain some metabolic heat, was optimally suited to tolerate for extended periods. Remaining within warmer, more comfortable water, meanwhile, increasingly meant missing the seasons when the richest concentrations of prey gathered elsewhere. Fossil evidence recovered from this period offers some support for this interpretation. Megalodon teeth become somewhat less common in sediment layers associated with the coldest, highest latitude marine environments of the late Miocene and Pliocene, compared to their much broader distribution in earlier, warmer periods, suggesting the shark's effective range may have been gradually contracting, even as its preferred prey increasingly moved beyond it. It is worth emphasizing that this was not a sudden or absolute barrier. Megalodon almost certainly retained the ability to tolerate at least moderately cool water throughout this period, and continued hunting successfully across much of its historic range for millions of years even as these trends developed. But the margin for error, the buffer of easily available, appropriately sized prey within comfortably warm water, appears to have been narrowing steadily, chapter by chapter, generation by generation. There is a quiet, almost poetic irony worth sitting with here. The same slow planetary cooling that pushed whales toward larger bodies and longer migrations, adaptations that would eventually allow their descendants to thrive spectacularly in the cold, productive oceans of more recent geological time, simultaneously pushed those same whales further from the reach of the predator that had shaped so much of their earlier evolution. The prey was adapting successfully to a changing world. The predator's own adaptations, tuned so precisely to an earlier and more generous ocean, were proving considerably less flexible. None of this occurred in isolation from everything else already described. The contracting nurseries, the growing whales, the widening migrations, all unfolded together across the same millions of years, each trend reinforcing and compounding the others in ways that no single generation of any species involved could have possibly perceived from within its own brief span of time. The ocean was not becoming empty. It remained, throughout this period, a rich and productive environment, home to abundant life across nearly every latitude. It was becoming instead a different kind of ocean than the one that had shaped Megalodon across its previous 20 million years, one increasingly organized around patterns of size, migration, and seasonal abundance that an animal built for an earlier, warmer, more geographically compact world would find increasingly difficult to follow. Consider for a moment what a long-distance whale migration actually requires of the animals undertaking it. Modern grey whales, following a pattern likely similar in broad outline to migrations first emerging during the late Miocene and Pliocene, travel distances exceeding 10,000 miles round trip between their feeding grounds in cold northern waters and their calving lagoons in warmer southern latitudes, timing their journey precisely to arrive at each destination when conditions there are most favourable. This kind of migration represents an enormous investment of energy and time, but it allows whales to access the very best of both worlds, rich cold water feeding grounds and safe warm water nurseries, without needing to compromise on either. For Megalodon, matching this pattern would have required either tolerating extended periods in colder water than its physiology was optimally suited for, or accepting a widening gap between where it could comfortably hunt and where its preferred prey increasingly spent significant portions of the year. Neither option offered an easy solution, and the fossil evidence showing Megalodon's range gradually contracting toward lower latitudes, even as whale migrations lengthened toward the poles, suggests the species largely settled toward the second option, remaining within its zone of comfort even as that decision meant increasingly limited access to prey during certain seasons. For nearly all of Megalodon's 20 million year existence, it occupied its position at the top of the marine food web with remarkably little direct competition. Other large sharks shared its waters, but none approached its size, and none competed directly for the largest and richest prey available. This uncontested dominance, however, was not destined to last indefinitely, and the same slow environmental changes reshaping whale populations were also creating opportunities for new predators to emerge. Among the most significant of these emerging rivals were the ancestors of the modern great white shark. The lineage leading toward today's great whites had existed alongside Megalodon for millions of years already, but during most of that shared history, these sharks remained considerably smaller, occupying a different ecological role, feeding on seals, smaller fish, and other prey that did not directly overlap with Megalodon's preference for large whales. As the late Miocene progressed into the Pliocene, however, great white sharks began expanding both in size and in geographic range, adapting successfully to the cooler, more temperate waters increasingly common at higher latitudes, waters where Megalodon's warm water preferences left it comparatively less competitive. Great whites also proved remarkably flexible in diet, capable of thriving on a wide range of prey from fish and seals to, when opportunity allowed, scavenged whale carcasses and even young or vulnerable whales themselves. This flexibility mattered enormously. Where Megalodon had built its extraordinary success around size and power, specializing in large, energy-rich prey within warm coastal water, great whites were developing a very different strategy, built around adaptability, tolerance for a wider range of temperatures, and a willingness to exploit whatever prey happened to be locally available, rather than depending heavily on any single, specific food source. Isotopic studies comparing the diets of Megalodon and early great white sharks during the periods when their ranges overlapped suggest at least some degree of dietary competition between the two, particularly for smaller whales, seals, and other marine mammals that both predators were capable of hunting. In an ocean of unlimited abundance, this kind of overlap might have mattered relatively little. In an ocean where the most favourable prey and habitat were both gradually contracting, even modest competition could tip an already delicate balance. A second emerging rival arrived from an entirely different evolutionary direction. Early orcas, and other members of the toothed whale lineage capable of coordinated intelligent group hunting, were also diversifying during this period. Modern orcas represent one of the ocean's most formidable predators today, hunting cooperatively in pods, using sophisticated strategies to target prey many times their individual size, including, in rare but well-documented modern cases, even large sharks. While the fossil record for early orca hunting behaviour remains considerably less complete than the physical evidence available for shark evolution, the broader pattern of toothed whale diversification during the late Miocene and Pliocene is well established. These increasingly intelligent, socially coordinated predators represented a genuinely new kind of competition, one based not on raw individual size or power, but on cooperation, strategy, and the ability to overwhelm prey, or potentially rival predators, through coordinated group behaviour rather than singular strength. It is important to resist the temptation toward an overly dramatic interpretation here. There is no fossil evidence of direct decisive combat between Megalodon and early orcas, no single dramatic encounter that historians of the deep sea can point toward as a turning point. What the evidence does suggest, gently and cumulatively, is an ocean gradually filling with new predatory strategies, well suited to a changing world of cooler water, migrating prey, and increasingly variable seasonal abundance competing for many of the same resources Megalodon had for millions of years, accessed with very little challenge. This shift in the competitive landscape did not need to be dramatic to matter. In ecology, small sustained pressures, applied consistently across enough time, can produce outcomes just as significant as sudden, violent ones. A predator facing modestly reduced access to its preferred prey, modestly increased competition for the prey that remained, and a modestly shrinking range of comfortably warm habitat does not necessarily face a single crisis. It faces instead a slow accumulation of smaller disadvantages, each one manageable in isolation, but increasingly difficult to sustain together across many successive generations. Meanwhile, Megalodon's own biology, so well suited to the abundant, warm, geographically stable ocean of its first 15 million years, offered comparatively little room for the kind of rapid behavioural flexibility that allowed great whites and early toothed whales to adjust so successfully to the changing conditions. A body built for maximum efficiency within a specific set of environmental parameters is not necessarily well positioned to adapt quickly when those parameters begin, slowly but steadily to shift. None of these emerging rivals caused Megalodon's eventual disappearance on their own. but each represents another thread in a story built almost entirely from patient, cumulative pressure rather than sudden catastrophe. Another small piece of a changing ocean increasingly organised around flexibility, cooperation, and tolerance for a widening range of conditions, rather than the singular, specialised dominance that had defined Megalodon's extraordinary reign for so many millions of years. It is worth noting too that great white sharks and toothed whales were not the only groups quietly diversifying during this period. Smaller shark and ray lineages, many feeding lower on the food web, were also expanding into new ecological niches as the ocean's overall structure shifted, filling roles that had perhaps been less prominent during the earlier, more Megalodon-dominated Miocene. This broader diversification suggests an ocean not so much losing complexity as reorganising it, redistributing ecological roles among a wider and more varied set of predators than had been the case when a single enormous specialist sat so dominantly atop the entire system. There is a pattern here worth holding on to gently, since it recurs throughout the natural world across many different contexts and many different scales of time. Ecosystems dominated by a single, highly specialised apex predator can appear remarkably stable for as long as the specific conditions that predator depends upon remain in place. But that same specialisation, so effective under stable conditions, often proves to be a liability once conditions begin shifting, opening space for more generalised, more flexible competitors to expand into roles the specialist can no longer fill quite as completely as before. If you're drifting now, let yourself go. There's no need to hold on to every fact. Subscribe if you'd like the next story waiting for you when you return, and let's continue easing toward the quiet end of this one. There is a simple, unglamorous arithmetic that governs the life of any very large predator, one that mattered enormously to Megalodon's story, even though nothing about it would have been visible to the shark itself. Size, however impressive, comes with a cost, and that cost is measured in energy. A larger body requires more food to sustain itself, not in a simple linear way, but according to relationships biologists have studied carefully across many species. As an animal's body mass increases, its total energy requirement increases as well, though not always at the same rate as its size. For a predator the scale of Megalodon, likely weighing somewhere in the range of 50 to 70 tons at full maturity, the daily energy requirement would have been substantial, requiring the regular consumption of large, calorie-dense prey simply to maintain its own body functions, let alone to grow. Researchers modelling Megalodon's likely metabolic needs, drawing on comparisons with living mesothermic sharks and general principles of vertebrate physiology, have estimated that an adult Megalodon may have required the caloric equivalent of a modest whale carcass roughly every few days to sustain itself comfortably, an enormous and consistent demand that could only be met within an ecosystem, producing whales in genuine abundance. This is precisely the kind of demand the early and middle Miocene ocean, rich with mid-sized whales concentrated in productive coastal waters, was well equipped to supply. It is also precisely the kind of demand that becomes increasingly difficult to meet, as the previous several chapters have described, whales growing larger and more difficult to safely hunt, prey increasingly migrating toward colder water, less comfortable for the shark to inhabit for extended periods, and nursery habitats contracting along the world's coastlines. This creates what ecologists sometimes describe as an energetic squeeze, a situation in which an animal's ongoing requirements remain essentially fixed by its own biology, while the environment's ability to reliably meet those requirements gradually declines. Unlike smaller animals, which can often adjust relatively easily to reduced food availability by simply eating less, reproducing less frequently, or shifting toward alternative, smaller prey, very large predators typically have far less flexibility available to them. A shark the size of Megalodon could not easily switch toward hunting smaller, more abundant fish as a primary food source. The energy return from small prey, relative to the effort required to hunt it, would have been far too low to sustain a body of this scale. Megalodon's size, so effective an advantage across millions of years of abundance, became instead a source of genuine constraint once that abundance began to waver even modestly. This same relationship between size and vulnerability appears again and again throughout Earth's history, in contexts far removed from the Miocene ocean. Large-bodied animals, whether dinosaurs facing a changing Triassic climate, or Ice Age megafauna facing the retreat of glaciers many millions of years after Megalodon's own story concluded, consistently show a pattern of heightened vulnerability during periods of environmental change, precisely because their size, so advantageous during stable, abundant conditions, leaves comparatively little margin for adjustment once conditions shift. Reproduction adds a further layer to this constraint. Sharks in Megalodon's broader family tend to reproduce relatively slowly compared to many other marine animals, producing a small number of large, well-developed young rather than the enormous brood some other marine species rely upon. This reproductive strategy works well in stable environments, since each offspring, larger and more developed at birth, has a strong individual chance of survival. It works considerably less well during periods of environmental stress, since populations relying on this strategy recover slowly from any reduction in numbers, unable to quickly rebuild their population the way faster reproducing species often can. Taken together, these factors, enormous individual energy requirements, limited dietary flexibility, and slow reproductive recovery, describe an animal genuinely well suited to a stable, abundant world, and correspondingly vulnerable to a world in gradual sustained transition. None of these traits made Megalodon weak in any conventional sense. For nearly 20 million years, they made it one of the most successful apex predators the ocean has ever produced. But success within one set of conditions does not guarantee success within another, and the conditions that had rewarded Megalodon so consistently were, by the late Miocene and into the Pliocene, slowly becoming a different set of conditions entirely. It is worth returning briefly to the picture from the very beginning of this story. A single shark, moving unhurried through warm evening water, untroubled by anything happening around it. That shark was not failing. It was, in all likelihood, thriving in the moment it occupied, finding sufficient prey, maintaining its territory, continuing the long, successful pattern that had sustained its lineage for millions of years already. The pressure building around it was not a pressure any single animal could feel or resist or overcome through strength or skill. It was a pressure operating at the scale of populations, generations, and geological time, entirely invisible from within the experience of any individual life. Modern ecology offers a useful comparison here, drawn from research on living apex predators facing environmental change. Studies of large terrestrial carnivores, tracked across decades of habitat loss and prey decline, consistently show a similar pattern to the one described in this chapter. Individual animals often continue hunting successfully, reproducing and living full lives right up until a population's final years, with decline visible only at the level of the broader population trend rather than in the day-to-day experience of any single animal within it. Extinction, in other words, is very rarely something any individual creature experiences directly. It is something that happens to a lineage gradually across generations, long after any single member of that lineage would have had any way of perceiving it. By the early Pliocene, roughly 5 to 4 million years ago, the ocean Megalodon inhabited had changed in ways that, compressed into the language of a single chapter, sound considerably more dramatic than they would have felt to any creature living through them. Sea levels had continued their gradual decline. Whale populations had continued shifting toward larger bodies and longer, colder migrations. New predators, more flexible and more numerous, had continued expanding into waters Megalodon had once occupied with little challenge. The fossil record from this final stretch of Megalodon's existence grows noticeably sparser than the record from earlier in the Miocene, a pattern paleontologists interpret cautiously. Aware that fossil abundance depends on many factors beyond simple population size, but one that nonetheless aligns consistently with the broader story of gradually contracting range and dwindling numbers described across the preceding chapters. Certain regions appear to have retained suitable Megalodon habitat later than others, based on the geographic and temporal distribution of the youngest fossil teeth recovered so far. Parts of the eastern Pacific, including areas off the coast of what is now Peru and Chile, along with certain regions of the western Atlantic, show Megalodon fossils persisting somewhat later than in other parts of the world, suggesting these areas may have functioned as a kind of refuge, pockets of the older, warmer, more abundant ocean holding on slightly longer, even as conditions shifted elsewhere. This pattern, a species contracting gradually toward its last remaining pockets of suitable habitat before finally disappearing entirely, is a familiar one throughout the history of extinction, observed across countless other lineages facing gradual environmental change rather than sudden catastrophe. It rarely involves a single dramatic final population, making a last stand in some singular, memorable location. It more often looks like exactly what the Megalodon fossil record suggests: a slow thinning, a gradual narrowing of range, smaller and more scattered populations persisting in whichever locations continued offering the specific combination of warmth, prey, and shelter the species required, for as long as those particular conditions continued to hold. The most recent scientifically validated Megalodon fossils currently known come from sediment dated to approximately 3.6 million years ago, a figure that has shifted somewhat as research techniques have improved and new specimens have been recovered and dated, but which currently represents something close to a scientific consensus regarding when the species finally disappeared from the fossil record entirely. It is worth noting gently that determining an exact extinction date for any ancient species is inherently difficult, since the fossil record can only ever capture a small, incomplete sample of when and where a species actually existed, meaning the true final disappearance may have occurred somewhat later than the youngest fossils currently discovered would suggest. What the evidence does not show, and this detail matters considerably for understanding the true nature of this extinction, is any single catastrophic event coinciding precisely with Megalodon's disappearance. There is no impact layer, no sudden volcanic ash horizon, no abrupt chemical signature in the sediment marking one dramatic year in which everything changed. The disappearance appears instead as the quiet final stage of a process that had been unfolding gradually for millions of years already, the last remaining scenes of a long, slow story rather than a sudden final act. It is worth imagining gently and without excessive drama what those final generations of Megalodon might have experienced, insofar as any individual shark experiences anything resembling a broader historical pattern at all. A shark born into one of these final contracting populations would have known only the ocean available to it in its own lifetime, warm water perhaps somewhat more limited in extent than earlier generations had enjoyed, prey perhaps somewhat less abundant or somewhat more difficult to safely pursue, but nothing resembling crisis from the perspective of a single life fully lived within the conditions it was born into. This is, in many ways, one of the most important things to understand about extinction events of this gradual, cumulative kind. They rarely involve suffering in any dramatic sense at the level of individual animals. A Megalodon living through these final millennia was very likely finding sufficient food, successfully reproducing when conditions allowed, living out a full and, by its own biological standards, entirely successful life. What had changed was not the experience of any single generation, but the long-term trend across many generations, a trend only visible when compressed, the way the fossil record allows modern researchers to compress it into a single continuous timeline spanning millions of years. Population by population, nursery by nursery, the warm coastal world that had sustained Megalodon for nearly 20 million years continued narrowing until at some point within a range of a few 100,000 years that current science places somewhere around 3.6 million years ago, the very last individuals of the species lived out their final lives in waters that likely still felt to them entirely adequate, entirely familiar, and entirely their own. The ocean did not end. It did not fall silent. It continued as it always has, carrying new currents, feeding new generations of whales, dolphins, seals, and fish, reorganizing itself gradually around the predators that remained, the flexible, adaptable, increasingly successful sharks and toothed whales, whose own evolutionary paths this story has already begun to trace. What ended was a single lineage's 20 million year residence at the very top of that world, a residence built on size, power, and a particular kind of warm abundance the ocean was no longer prepared to offer at the same generous scale it once had. Everything described across the previous chapters, the contracting nurseries, the growing whales, the emerging rivals, the energetic squeeze pressing against a body built for a more generous world, comes to us today not through any written record, since no written record could possibly reach back this far, but through the patient, careful work of scientists reading a very different kind of archive, the rock itself. Sedimentary layers accumulate gradually, grain by grain, across immense stretches of time, each layer settling atop the one before it, preserving within its composition a record of the conditions present at the moment it formed. A layer rich in the shells of warm water organisms speaks of warmer conditions. A layer containing coarser sediment, carried by stronger currents or more turbulent water, speaks of a changing coastline. Fossil teeth, scattered through these layers in varying abundance, speak of the presence and eventually the increasing absence of the animals that once shed them. Reading this record requires enormous care. A single fossil tooth discovered in isolation tells a paleontologist relatively little on its own, beyond confirming that Megalodon existed at some point in the past. It is only when many such teeth, recovered from many different locations and precisely dated using techniques like radiometric dating of associated volcanic ash layers, or the careful analysis of magnetic reversals preserved within the rock itself, are compared against one another that a broader pattern begins to emerge, a pattern spanning not a single location or a single moment, but an entire species across an entire ocean across many millions of years. This is precisely the kind of work that has allowed the story told across this video to be reconstructed with reasonable scientific confidence. Researchers have spent decades compiling Megalodon fossil finds from around the world into large, carefully curated databases, cross-referencing each find against its precise geological age, its location, and the broader environmental conditions known to have existed at that place and time, based on independent evidence like the isotope studies discussed earlier. From this painstaking compilation emerges the pattern described throughout this story: broad, abundant distribution across warm coastal waters worldwide during the early and middle Miocene, followed by gradual contraction toward lower latitudes and a smaller number of persistent refugee locations during the late Miocene and Pliocene, culminating in the youngest confirmed fossils dating to roughly 3.6 million years ago, after which Megalodon teeth simply stop appearing in the sedimentary record entirely, despite continued and extensive searching across sites that would very likely have preserved them had the species persisted any longer. It is this last detail, the simple, quiet absence of evidence in sediment layers young enough that fossilization and preservation techniques remain well understood and well tested, that ultimately forms the strongest evidence for Megalodon's extinction. Scientists are naturally cautious about declaring any species extinct based on absence alone, since the fossil record is inherently incomplete, and new discoveries can sometimes push back a previously assumed extinction date. But the consistency of this particular absence, across so many different sites and so many decades of careful searching, has led to a strong scientific consensus that Megalodon's disappearance from the fossil record does, in fact, reflect its actual disappearance from the ocean, rather than simply a gap in preservation or discovery. There is something worth appreciating in this method of inquiry itself, this patient willingness to read enormous stretches of time through nothing more than scattered teeth and layered stone, to reconstruct the rise and fall of the largest predatory fish the planet has ever known using evidence that fits, in its entirety, within a modest number of museum drawers and research collections scattered across the world. It represents one of the quieter triumphs of paleontology, the ability to give voice, however partial and reconstructed, to a creature that left behind no other record of its 20 million years moving through the world's warm oceans. Newer techniques continue refining this picture even now. Advances in isotopic analysis allow researchers to extract increasingly detailed information from individual teeth, reconstructing not just broad dietary patterns, but in some cases estimates of the specific water temperature an individual shark experienced during particular periods of its life, based on subtle chemical signatures absorbed into the tooth structure as it formed. Computer modelling of Megalodon's likely swimming energetics, body proportions, and metabolic requirements continues improving as well, drawing on ever more sophisticated comparisons with living sharks and an ever-growing body of physical evidence. Each of these refinements adds detail and nuance to the broader story this video has told, without fundamentally altering its central shape. Megalodon rose across millions of years within an ocean generous enough to sustain its extraordinary size. That same ocean, changing slowly and patiently across the late Miocene and into the Pliocene, gradually became less able to sustain that same generosity, and Megalodon, bound closely to the specific conditions that had allowed it to flourish, gradually contracted alongside the shrinking of those conditions, until, quietly, without any single dramatic final moment, it disappeared from the world entirely. The ocean megalodon left behind did not remain empty of large predators for long. Measured against the patient timescale this story has followed throughout. Within the ecological space Megalodon's disappearance opened, the flexible, adaptable competitors already expanding during its final millions of years continued their own diversification, gradually settling into the roles the modern ocean's largest predators still occupy today. Great white sharks, whose lineage had spent millions of years developing alongside Megalodon in a subordinate but steadily strengthening position, continued their own gradual increase in average size and geographic range across the Pliocene and into the Pleistocene, the Ice Age epoch that followed. Modern great whites, while considerably smaller than Megalodon ever was, nonetheless represent one of the ocean's most formidable living predators, and their success owes a great deal to the very flexibility, tolerance for a wide range of water temperatures, and dietary adaptability that allowed their ancestors to expand successfully into a changing Pliocene ocean, while Megalodon's more specialized strategy struggled to keep pace. Orcas, meanwhile, continued developing the sophisticated social hunting strategies that make them, by many measures, the single most successful apex predator in the modern ocean, capable of hunting prey ranging from fish and seals to, in certain populations, whales, many times their individual body size, achieved not through raw individual power, but through coordinated group intelligence passed down, across generations through learned behavior and social structure, an entirely different evolutionary strategy than the one Megalodon had relied upon, and one that has proven remarkably resilient across the highly variable climate conditions of the past several million years. It is worth pausing to consider this contrast directly, since it carries a kind of quiet lesson about survival across deep time. Megalodon achieved its extraordinary 20-million-year reign through size and power, a strategy of overwhelming individual capability suited perfectly to a stable, abundant world. Orcas achieved their own long-term success through an almost opposite strategy: cooperation, learning, and behavioral flexibility, a strategy less spectacular in any single individual, but considerably more adaptable to a world prone to gradual ongoing change. Neither strategy is inherently superior in some abstract universal sense. Megalodon's approach sustained it magnificently for nearly 20 million years, a span of time considerably longer than orcas, in their modern form, have yet existed. What the fossil record demonstrates is something more specific and more useful than a simple ranking of strategies. Different approaches to survival carry different strengths depending on the stability of the environment they operate within, and the specific approach that thrives during one geological period is not guaranteed to thrive equally well once conditions shift. The whales that Megalodon once hunted also continued their own evolutionary journey following its disappearance, growing progressively larger across the Pliocene and Pleistocene, eventually producing the truly enormous baleen whales that populate today's oceans, including the blue whale, the largest animal known to have ever existed on Earth, larger even than the biggest dinosaurs. This final chapter of whale evolution, unfolding across the several million years following Megalodon's disappearance, represents in some ways the completion of a trend already visible during Megalodon's final chapters, whales trending toward ever greater size as they became increasingly specialized for exploiting the rich, cold, high-latitude feeding grounds that became increasingly central to the ocean's productivity as the ice ages progressed. There is a certain resonance worth noting here. The modern blue whale, reaching lengths that can approach 100 feet, exists in a world without Megalodon, and it is worth wondering, gently and without excessive speculation, whether such an enormous whale could have evolved at all within an ocean that still contained a predator of Megalodon's scale and capability. Some researchers have proposed exactly this connection, suggesting Megalodon's disappearance may have removed one of the last significant constraints on maximum whale body size, opening evolutionary space for the truly gigantic whales that would emerge across the following several million years. This remains an area of ongoing scientific discussion, rather than settled consensus, since whale gigantism likely resulted from multiple interacting factors, including the specific patterns of ocean productivity that emerged during the ice ages, rather than predator release alone. But it offers a thoughtful way to close this particular chapter of the story. Even in its absence, Megalodon's 20-million-year presence in the ocean may have continued shaping the evolutionary trajectory of the very prey it once hunted, its long shadow extending forward across deep time in ways not fully visible until long after the shark itself had already disappeared into the sediment. It is difficult, in the ordinary course of a single human life, to hold a span of 20 million years in any kind of meaningful perspective. Human civilization, in its entirety, spans perhaps 6,000 years. Recorded history, agriculture, cities, written language, all of it together occupies a fraction of the time Megalodon spent moving through the world's oceans as its dominant apex predator. If the full span of Megalodon's existence, from its earliest recognizable appearance in the fossil record roughly 23 million years ago to its final disappearance around 3.6 million years ago, were compressed into a single ordinary year, with January 1st representing its earliest origins and December 31st representing its extinction, human beings in any recognizable form would not appear until the final hour of the final day of that year. Agriculture would arrive only in the last few minutes before midnight. Every civilization, every written word, every technology humanity has ever produced would occupy less than the final 60 seconds of that entire year. This is not an incidental detail included for its own sake. It matters directly for understanding the scale of everything described across this story. The gradual cooling trend, the shrinking nurseries, the growing whales, the emerging rivals, all of it unfolded across a period of change lasting somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 million years, a length of time so far beyond ordinary human experience that words like slow and gradual, however accurate, still fail to fully capture what they actually describe. Consider it from a different angle. A single Megalodon generation, from birth to reproductive maturity, likely spanned somewhere between 10 and 20 years, based on growth rate estimates derived from vertebral studies. Across the 10 million years or so during which the species' decline unfolded, this represents somewhere in the range of 500,000 to 1 million individual generations, each one living out a complete life within the specific ocean conditions present during its own particular span of years, each one almost entirely unaware, in any way that could meaningfully be called awareness, of how those conditions compared to the ones its distant ancestors or its distant descendants would have experienced. There is something worth sitting with in this scale, something that extends well beyond Megalodon itself, and touches on how change of almost any kind actually unfolds across the natural world. Very little in geological history happens quickly. Mountains rise over tens of millions of years. Oceans open and close over similarly vast spans. Even the most dramatic extinction events, the sudden asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs, for instance, represent brief, violent exceptions within a much broader pattern of change that typically unfolds far more gradually, far more patiently than human intuition, shaped by the brief span of a single lifetime, tends to expect. Megalodon's story belongs firmly to this more common, more patient category of change. There was no single terrible year. There was no dramatic final battle against a rival predator, no sudden catastrophic event visible in a single sediment layer. There was instead an extraordinarily long, extraordinarily gradual adjustment, playing out across a scale of time that dwarfs not just any individual human life, but the entire history of humanity as a species. It is worth returning once more to the image of a single evening described at the very beginning of this story: warm water, fading light, an enormous shark moving unhurried beneath the surface. That single evening represents, within the full 20 million year span of Megalodon's existence, a fragment of time too small to even register as a meaningful fraction, a single frame extracted from a film many millions of frames long, and yet it is, in a very real sense, the only kind of moment that ever actually existed for any individual Megalodon, since no shark ever experienced the 20 million year span directly. Each one experienced only its own portion, its own single evening, extended across a single lifetime, entirely unaware of the vast pattern its species was quietly living out across the deep and patient scale of geological time. Return for a while to those nursery bays described earlier in this story, since they deserve a closer, slower look before this journey continues toward its ending. Several such locations have been identified with reasonable confidence by paleontologists studying the distribution of juvenile megalodon fossils, and each offers its own particular window into what daily life within one of these sheltered environments might actually have looked like. One of the best studied lies along the Pacific coast of what is now Panama, in sediment deposited during the Middle Miocene, when the region sat within a warm, shallow marine embayment quite different from the geography of the modern isthmus. Fossil evidence recovered from this location includes an unusually high proportion of juvenile Megalodon teeth, alongside the remains of small whales and dolphins appropriately sized for young sharks still building toward their full adult proportions. Imagine the water there, warm enough that a human hand held beneath the surface would have felt closer to bath temperature than to the ocean most people know today. Sunlight would have penetrated deep enough to illuminate the seafloor in the shallower portions of the bay, catching the pale undersides of fish moving in loose, unhurried schools. Along the bay's margins, mangrove-like vegetation, an early relative of the coastal forests still found in similar tropical environments today, would have provided additional shelter for the smallest and most vulnerable juvenile fish and invertebrates, the base of a food web that eventually supported everything above it. A young megalodon moving through water like this, perhaps only 8 or 10 feet in length during its earliest years, considerably smaller than the adults it would eventually become but already an imposing predator by almost any other standard, would have spent its days feeding on the abundant small fish and rays common within the bay, gradually building the strength and size it would need before venturing into deeper, more dangerous water where full-grown adults, including potentially larger members of its own species, hunted the whales and larger marine mammals that made up the primary adult diet. This period of juvenile development likely lasted several years, based on growth rate estimates derived from vertebral studies, a considerable investment of time during which the shark remained vulnerable to a range of threats, from larger predators occasionally entering the bay to the simple physiological challenge of finding sufficient food to sustain its own rapid growth. The sheltered, warm, food-rich conditions within these nursery bays existed precisely to minimize these risks, allowing a higher proportion of young sharks to survive to adulthood than would have been possible in open, unprotected water. Other identified nursery locations, including sites along the coast of what is now South Carolina, and additional locations in Peru, share broadly similar characteristics: warm, shallow, sheltered water, abundant small prey, and a geographic position somewhat separated from the deeper waters, where the largest and most dangerous adult predators, Megalodon included, tended to concentrate their hunting. It is worth imagining these bays not as isolated, unusual locations, but as one particular kind of habitat repeated, with local variation, at dozens or perhaps hundreds of similar locations scattered along coastlines around the world throughout the Miocene. Together they formed a kind of distributed infrastructure, invisible and unplanned in any conscious sense, but functionally essential to Megalodon's ability to sustain its population across generations, providing the sheltered, resource-rich conditions each new cohort of juveniles required before they were ready to take their place among the ocean's largest and most formidable adult predators. As the previous chapters have already described, it was precisely this network of nursery habitat that began contracting most significantly as sea levels fell and coastlines reshaped themselves across the late Miocene and Pliocene. A single nursery bay disappearing beneath a drop in sea level or shifting into conditions less favourable for juvenile development would not have threatened the species on its own. But as more and more of these bays experienced similar pressure, the total capacity of the network to produce enough surviving juveniles each generation to sustain the broader adult population would have gradually declined, a slow, demographic erosion operating well beneath the surface of any single observable event. This is, in many respects, the quiet engine driving the entire extinction story this video has been telling. Not a single cause, but a compounding series of related pressures, each one modest in isolation, converging on the same essential vulnerability. A species whose survival depended on a specific geographically distributed set of conditions that the planet, changing slowly and patiently across millions of years, was gradually becoming less able to provide at the same generous scale it once had. It is worth pausing, before this story continues toward its final chapters, to place Megalodon within the much broader family of sharks it belonged to, since doing so helps clarify both what made this particular animal so extraordinary and what its story shares in common with the long, patient history of cartilaginous fish, stretching back hundreds of millions of years before Megalodon ever existed. Sharks, as a broad group, represent one of the oldest continuously surviving vertebrate lineages on the planet, with recognizable ancestors appearing in the fossil record over 400 million years ago, long before the first dinosaurs, long before the first trees, in oceans that would be almost unrecognizable to modern eyes. Across this immense span of time, sharks have weathered multiple mass extinction events, including the catastrophic extinction at the end of the Permian period that eliminated the vast majority of species on the planet, and the asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs roughly 66 million years ago. This deep resilience owes much to the same basic traits that would later prove both an asset and, eventually, a limitation for Megalodon specifically. Relatively simple, adaptable body plans, efficient predatory design refined across hundreds of millions of years, and for many shark lineages, though not Megalodon itself, considerable flexibility in size and habitat preference. Megalodon represents, in this sense, a specific and unusually extreme expression of a body plan and evolutionary strategy that had already proven successful for hundreds of millions of years before its own particular lineage emerged. The broader order to which Megalodon belonged, known to researchers as lamniforms, includes a number of other large active predatory sharks, both living and extinct, sharing certain physiological traits including, in several species, the mesothermic ability to retain metabolic heat discussed in an earlier chapter. Modern members of this order include not only the great white shark already discussed at length, but also mako sharks, among the fastest swimming fish in the ocean, porbeagle sharks, and the enormous but famously gentle basking shark, which despite its considerable size feeds exclusively on tiny plankton filtered from the water rather than hunting large prey. This diversity within a single shark order illustrates something important about evolutionary flexibility, even within a lineage that shares a common ancestor. Closely related species can pursue dramatically different survival strategies, from Megalodon's specialized pursuit of the largest available prey to the basking shark's entirely different strategy of filtering enormous volumes of water for the smallest possible food source, each approach representing a viable, successful solution to the challenge of surviving within a shared broader ocean environment, but each with very different implications for how vulnerable that particular strategy becomes when environmental conditions shift. It is worth noting too that Megalodon was almost certainly not the largest predatory fish to have ever existed in an absolute sense, though it remains, based on current fossil evidence, the largest confirmed macropredatory shark known to science. Certain other extinct marine reptiles from earlier geological periods, including some ichthyosaurs from the Triassic period, roughly 200 million years ago, may have approached or possibly exceeded Megalodon's estimated length, though direct comparison remains difficult given how much more fragmentary and disputed the fossil evidence for these much older animals tends to be. What made Megalodon particularly significant beyond its size alone was the sheer duration and geographic breadth of its dominance. 20 million years represents an extraordinarily long tenure at the top of any food web, longer than the entire existence of many other successful predator lineages throughout Earth's history, and Megalodon achieved this across nearly the entire global ocean, from the warm coastal waters of what is now the eastern United States to the Pacific coasts of South America to the Mediterranean and beyond, a truly cosmopolitan distribution matched by very few other apex predators, living or extinct. This combination, extraordinary individual size, remarkably long tenure as an apex predator, and genuinely global distribution, is part of what makes Megalodon's eventual extinction such a scientifically significant event. Distinct from the disappearance of a more localized or more short-lived species, it represents the ending of a genuinely planetary-scale ecological arrangement, one that had shaped marine food webs across the entire globe for a span of time considerably longer than most currently recognized geological epochs. And yet, for all its extraordinary scale and duration, Megalodon's story follows a pattern that repeats again and again throughout the history of life on Earth, a pattern this video has already traced through the earlier, briefer comparison to large terrestrial predators facing environmental change. Dominance, however impressive and however long sustained, remains contingent on the specific conditions that made it possible in the first place. When those conditions shift, even gradually, even across millions of patient years, the traits that once secured dominance can become, instead, a quiet and largely invisible liability. Beyond the warm, sheltered nursery bays already described, Adult megalodons spent much of their lives in a different kind of water entirely, open coastal ocean, deeper and less protected, but rich with the larger prey their fully grown bodies required to sustain themselves. Understanding this second habitat, and how it too responded to the slow environmental changes already described, adds further depth to the picture this story has been assembling. Adult megalodon likely ranged across a considerable stretch of ocean during any given portion of their adult lives, following the seasonal movements of whale populations and other large prey across coastal and continental shelf waters, though almost certainly remaining within a broadly similar range of preferred water temperatures, given the mesothermic physiology discussed in an earlier chapter. This was not, in other words, an animal confined to a single fixed territory, in the way some smaller, more sedentary shark species are. But neither was it a fully migratory animal in the way modern whales, or even great white sharks, are now understood to be. Fossil evidence recovered from open ocean sediment, as opposed to the more sheltered coastal deposits associated with nursery habitat, tends to show a somewhat different pattern of tooth size distribution, skewed more heavily toward larger adult teeth, consistent with the interpretation that fully grown megalodon spent proportionally more time in these deeper waters, returning to shallower coastal zones, primarily during specific seasons or for specific purposes, such as reproduction, rather than as a permanent home range. This deeper water habitat would have offered its own particular abundance during the Miocene, whale pods moving along established migratory routes, large schools of fish following productive upwelling zones, and a rich community of other marine life supporting the broader food web megalodon depended upon. Unlike the sheltered stillness of a nursery bay, this open water environment would have carried a different character entirely: longer swells, stronger currents, and the particular quality of light that filters down through deep, clear, open ocean water, rather than the shallower, more turbid water common closer to shore. As the environmental changes described across the previous several chapters unfolded, this open water habitat experienced its own version of the pressures already discussed. Whale migrations lengthening toward colder, more distant feeding grounds meant megalodon's most reliable prey spent increasing portions of the year beyond the shark's comfortable range. Competition from increasingly capable rival predators, both great white sharks and early-toothed whales, meant a smaller proportion of the remaining prey within megalodon's preferred range was available without contest. It is worth considering gently what this gradual squeeze might have meant for individual hunting success across successive megalodon generations. An adult shark in the early Miocene, patrolling productive coastal waters rich with mid-sized whales, would very likely have encountered sufficient prey with relative consistency, hunting successfully at whatever interval its considerable energy requirements demanded. An adult shark several million years later, hunting the same general stretch of coastline but facing whales that had grown larger and more difficult to safely subdue, that increasingly migrated beyond the shark's most comfortable range for significant portions of the year, and that faced growing competition from increasingly capable rival predators, would very likely have experienced a subtly but measurably more difficult hunting environment, even if that difficulty never rose to the level of outright crisis within any single lifetime. This kind of gradual increase in the effort required to secure adequate nutrition, compounding subtly across many successive generations, aligns closely with the broader pattern of population decline evident in the fossil record. It would not have produced dramatic, visible starvation events. It would instead have produced slowly and cumulatively somewhat reduced reproductive success, somewhat slower growth rates, and somewhat higher juvenile mortality, small statistical shifts at the level of any individual generation, but shifts that, compounded across hundreds of thousands of years and hundreds of thousands of individual lifetimes, become entirely capable of explaining the long, patient population decline this story is traced from its earliest chapters through to its conclusion. The deep water beyond the bays, once one of the most reliably productive hunting grounds available to any predator in Earth's history, was becoming, slowly and without any single dramatic turning point, a considerably more demanding place to make a living, even as it remained, for whatever megalodon populations persisted within it, familiar, adequate, and entirely sufficient for the particular span of years any individual shark happened to occupy within it. Before this story moves toward its final, quieter chapters, it is worth gathering together in one place, some of the more specific and lesser-known details paleontologists have carefully assembled about Megalodon across more than a century of patient study, details that rarely make their way into popular imagination, but which add considerable texture to the picture already built across this video. The name Megalodon itself, formerly Otodus megalodon in most current scientific classification, though the genus placement has shifted across different periods of scientific debate, translates roughly from Greek as big tooth, a fittingly literal name for an animal known to science almost entirely through its teeth. The species was first formally described in the scientific literature in the mid-19th century, based on fossil teeth that had, for centuries before that, been found by people around the world who often interpreted them as the petrified tongues of dragons or serpents. A folklore explanation replaced only gradually as the science of paleontology matured. Megalodon teeth continue to be found today along certain coastlines and riverbeds, where Miocene and Pliocene sediment has been exposed by natural erosion, including notably along parts of the Cooper River in South Carolina and various beaches along the Chesapeake Bay region, locations that remain popular among amateur fossil collectors even now, millions of years after the animal that shed these teeth last swam through nearby waters. Estimates of Megalodon's total tooth count across a full lifetime, based on modern shark tooth replacement rates, suggest an individual animal may have produced somewhere in the range of 20 to 40,000 teeth across its multi-decade lifespan, a staggering number that helps explain the relative abundance of Megalodon teeth in the fossil record compared to the near-total absence of any other skeletal material. Growth ring analysis of recovered vertebrae, a technique similar to counting tree rings, has allowed researchers to estimate that Megalodon may have reached sexual maturity somewhere around 20 to 25 years of age, a notably long developmental period compared to many modern shark species, consistent with the broader pattern of slow reproductive strategy discussed in an earlier chapter. Bite force estimates for adult Megalodon, derived from detailed computer modelling of jaw musculature reconstructed from tooth and jaw proportions, range as high as 40,000 pounds of force in some published studies, figures that would place Megalodon's bite among the most powerful ever produced by any animal in the entire history of vertebrate life on Earth, exceeding even the most extreme estimates for large predatory dinosaurs. Analysis of healed bite marks found on some fossilised whale bones suggests Megalodon, and possibly other large predators of the period, sometimes targeted the tail flukes of whales specifically, a strategic choice that would have reduced a whale's ability to swim and flee without requiring the predator to risk a direct confrontation with the whale's more heavily defended head and body, a hunting strategy remarkably similar to techniques still used by modern orcas hunting large whales today. Fossil evidence indicates Megalodon's range extended into what is now the Mediterranean Sea, then part of a larger, differently configured body of water, connected more openly to the wider Atlantic and Indian Oceans than the mostly enclosed sea it has become today, with Megalodon fossils recovered from multiple sites across the region, including areas of modern Italy, Malta, and Egypt. Fossils recovered from New Zealand and Australia confirm Megalodon's presence across the southern hemisphere as well, indicating a genuinely global distribution spanning nearly every ocean basin that offered suitably warm coastal water during the relevant time period, from the eastern Pacific to the western Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific region. A small number of unusually large Megalodon teeth, exceeding 7 inches along their diagonal measurement, have led some researchers to propose maximum size estimates approaching 65 feet for the very largest individuals, though this remains among the more actively debated figures within current Megalodon research, with other researchers favouring more conservative maximum estimates closer to 50 feet based on different methodological approaches to scaling tooth size against overall body length. Chemical analysis of Megalodon tooth enamel has revealed elevated levels of certain trace elements, consistent with a diet extremely high in marine mammal tissue, further reinforcing the isotopic evidence discussed in an earlier chapter regarding the shark's position at the very top of the Miocene marine food web, feeding at a trophic level higher than nearly any other predator, living or extinct, that scientists have been able to similarly analyse. Despite popular imagination sometimes picturing Megalodon as a deep ocean predator lurking in darkness, the overwhelming weight of fossil evidence points toward a predator strongly associated with relatively shallow, warm coastal and continental shelf water throughout its life, rather than the deep open ocean environments some other large marine predators both ancient and modern, have adapted to exploit. Comparative studies of Megalodon's likely swimming speed, based on fin proportions and body shape reconstructed from the available fossil evidence, suggest a cruising speed considerably slower than smaller, more streamlined predatory sharks like the mako, consistent with a hunting strategy built around power and ambush, rather than sustained high-speed pursuit across open water. The most complete reconstruction of a megalodon jaw currently on public display, assembled from a composite of many individual fossil teeth arranged according to their probable original positions, remains one of the most popular exhibits at several major natural history museums around the world, drawing visitors eager to stand, quite literally, within the reconstructed bite radius of the largest predatory fish the ocean has ever produced. It is worth returning once more to Antarctica, since so much of this story ultimately traces back to that distant, cooling continent, and understanding its transformation in slightly greater detail helps clarify just how far-reaching its influence over the rest of the planet's oceans truly was. Antarctica has not always occupied its current position at the planet's southern pole, nor has it always carried the immense permanent ice sheet that defines it today. Tens of millions of years before the events described in this story, during the age of dinosaurs, the landmass that would become Antarctica sat in a considerably warmer configuration, connected to other southern continents as part of the ancient supercontinent Gondwana, its coastline supporting temperate forest rather than ice. By the time period this story concerns itself with, the Middle and Late Miocene, Antarctica had long since separated from its neighbouring continents and settled into its current polar position, but it retained, for millions of years afterward, considerably less ice than the continent carries today, with some evidence suggesting seasonal or even partial permanent vegetation, persisting in certain coastal regions well into the Middle Miocene. The gradual accumulation of Antarctic ice across the following millions of years represents one of the most significant environmental transformations of the entire Cenozoic era, a process driven by the combination of factors already discussed, the opening of the Drake Passage and the resulting isolation of Antarctic waters by the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, along with a broader planet-wide decline in atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration that reduced the greenhouse effect, keeping the planet and particularly its polar regions warmer than they are today. This ice, once it began accumulating in earnest, created a powerful feedback loop that further accelerated global cooling. Ice reflects far more sunlight back into space than open ocean water or exposed rock, a property scientists call albedo. As Antarctic ice coverage expanded, it reflected an increasing amount of incoming solar energy away from the planet entirely, rather than allowing that energy to be absorbed and converted into heat, further reinforcing the cooling trend already underway and helping drive the ice sheet's continued growth across the following millions of years. By the time the Pliocene arrived, roughly 5 million years ago, Antarctica carried an ice sheet substantial enough to have already locked away a meaningful percentage of the planet's total water within its frozen mass, water that had previously existed as part of the liquid global ocean, contributing directly to the sea level decline discussed in earlier chapters as one of the central pressures reshaping Megalodon's coastal habitat. It is worth appreciating the almost paradoxical nature of this connection. A shark living its entire life within warm, tropical and subtropical coastal water, thousands of miles from the nearest Antarctic ice, was nonetheless deeply and directly affected by processes unfolding at the bottom of the world, connected across that vast distance not through any direct physical contact, but through the single shared medium of the global ocean itself, its temperature, its chemistry, and crucially, its overall volume and the resulting position of the world's coastlines. This kind of distant, indirect connection, in which changes at one pole ripple outward to reshape conditions across the entire global ocean, represents one of the more humbling lessons embedded within Earth's climate history. A reminder that the planet's various systems, however geographically distant from one another, remain woven together through shared physical and chemical processes, operating at a scale far beyond what any individual observer, ancient or modern, could ever directly perceive within the span of an ordinary lifetime. The ice continued accumulating across the following millions of years, through the end of the Pliocene and into the Pleistocene ice ages that followed, eventually producing the substantial, largely permanent Antarctic ice sheet that persists today, holding within its frozen mass an amount of water that, if fully melted, would raise global sea levels by well over 100 feet, a figure that offers some sense of just how much water had already been drawn out of the liquid ocean by the time Megalodon's story reached its own quiet conclusion. It is worth turning attention, for one more chapter, back toward the whales themselves, since their own experience of this long transition offers a valuable and complementary perspective to the one this story has primarily followed through Megalodon's own gradual decline. From the whale's perspective, insofar as such a perspective can be reconstructed through fossil evidence, the changes described throughout this story would have registered quite differently than they did for Megalodon, since these same environmental shifts, the cooling ocean, the steepening temperature gradient between equator and poles, the increasingly productive high-latitude feeding grounds, represented not decline, but opportunity for many whale lineages, a chance to exploit newly rich polar and subpolar waters that had previously offered less reliable abundance. This divergence, one species experiencing a set of environmental changes as opportunity, while another experiences the very same changes as gradual constraint, illustrates something important about how environmental transformation actually unfolds across an ecosystem. Change rarely affects every species equally or in the same direction. It reshuffles advantage and disadvantage according to each species' particular biology, favouring those whose traits happen to align well with the new conditions while disadvantaging those whose traits, however successful previously, align less well with what the changing world now demands. For the whales expanding into these newly rich polar feeding grounds, larger body size offered a clear advantage, both for thermal regulation in colder water and for storing sufficient energy reserves to sustain long migrations between feeding and breeding grounds. Evidence suggests this trend toward larger body size accelerated notably during the very period when Megalodon's own decline was unfolding, a pattern some researchers interpret as at least partially connected. Larger whales representing both a response to the newly available polar abundance and, simultaneously, an increasingly difficult prey option for a predator whose own size and hunting strategy had evolved around somewhat smaller, more moderate whale prey. It is worth imagining briefly the different experience of a whale calf born during this transitional period compared to a young Megalodon born into one of the shrinking nursery bays described several chapters earlier. The whale calf, guided by its mother across an increasingly well-established migratory route, would travel toward distant, cold, food-rich waters during its first year of life, encountering an ocean of expanding opportunity even as the immediate coastal nursery habitat it was born within experienced the same gradual contraction affecting Megalodon's own nurseries. This divergence did not mean whales faced no challenges of their own during this period. The fossil record shows considerable turnover among Miocene and Pliocene whale lineages, with many earlier species disappearing as newer, more specialized forms emerged to take advantage of changing conditions. But the overall trajectory for baleen whales as a broader group trended toward increasing size, increasing geographic range, and increasing exploitation of newly productive polar waters, a trajectory that would continue, largely uninterrupted, for millions of years beyond Megalodon's own disappearance, eventually producing the blue whale and its similarly enormous relatives. There is a useful lesson embedded in this contrast, one that extends well beyond the specific story of Megalodon and its prey. Environmental change of the gradual patient kind described throughout this story rarely produces simple winners and losers in any absolute sense. It produces instead a complex reshuffling of advantage, rewarding certain traits, certain strategies, certain body plans, while quietly disadvantaging others, an intricate and largely invisible sorting process playing out across millions of years and countless individual lives, visible only in retrospect, once the fossil record allows researchers to compress those millions of years into a single comprehensible pattern. The whales that Megalodon once hunted did not escape this transitional period unscathed or unchanged, but where Megalodon's particular combination of traits, size, specialization, warm water dependence, aligned increasingly poorly with the changing conditions, the whale's own traits, flexibility in migration, capacity for larger body size, tolerance for a wider range of water temperatures, aligned considerably better, allowing their lineage to not merely survive the transition, but to flourish within it, expanding into forms and sizes that would eventually exceed anything the Miocene Ocean, even at its most productive, had ever previously produced. Megalodon's extinction, gradual, cumulative, and free of any single catastrophic trigger, is far from the only such transition preserved within Earth's long fossil record, and placing it briefly alongside a few other examples helps illustrate just how common this particular pattern of ending actually is, even though popular imagination often gravitates toward more dramatic, sudden catastrophes instead. Consider, as one comparison, the gradual decline and eventual disappearance of many large mammal species across the more recent Pleistocene ice ages, including woolly mammoths, giant ground sloths, and saber-toothed cats, a transition that unfolded across thousands rather than millions of years, considerably faster than Megalodon's own story, but sharing a broadly similar underlying pattern. Large-bodied, often specialized animals facing a changing climate and shifting habitat availability, with populations contracting gradually towards smaller and more isolated refuges, before finally disappearing entirely, in most cases without any single, precisely datable, catastrophic event marking their end. Researchers studying this more recent extinction wave continue debating the relative contributions of climate change and human hunting pressure, a debate that adds useful nuance but does not fundamentally alter the broader pattern: gradual population decline driven by a combination of environmental and ecological pressures, playing out across a scale of time too extended for any single generation to fully perceive the broader trend unfolding around them. A considerably older and more extreme example comes from the end of the Permian period, roughly 250 million years ago, when the most severe extinction event in the entire fossil record eliminated an estimated 90% or more of all species on the planet, driven primarily by massive volcanic activity in what is now Siberia, releasing enormous quantities of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere over a period lasting several 100,000 years. A genuinely catastrophic transformation, but one that still unfolded gradually enough, relative to any individual organism's lifespan, that it resembled, for most affected species, a slow and worsening set of conditions rather than any single dramatic moment of crisis. Even the extinction event most commonly associated with sudden catastrophe in popular imagination, the asteroid impact that ended the age of non-avian dinosaurs roughly 66 million years ago, produced consequences that, while beginning with genuine sudden violence, unfolded across subsequent months and years through a more gradual collapse of food webs and ecosystems following the initial impact, before any given lineage's final extinction actually occurred. What unites these varied examples, spanning an enormous range of causes and timescales, is a shared underlying pattern worth naming directly: extinction, across the vast majority of documented cases throughout Earth's history, functions less like a single door slamming shut, and more like a slow, patient narrowing of possibility, a gradual erosion of the specific conditions a species depends upon, continuing until, at some point that often proves difficult to precisely identify even with the benefit of extensive fossil evidence, the last individuals of that species live out their final, ordinary lives. This pattern offers a useful corrective to a common intuition: the idea that species disappear primarily through dramatic, sudden events, comets, plagues, sudden climatic shocks. The fossil record suggests something gentler and, in its own way, more profound: that the more common story is one of slow adjustment, of populations contracting gradually as their preferred conditions narrow, of species persisting, often for a very long time, within an increasingly reduced version of their former range, before finally, quietly, reaching the point where the remaining habitat can no longer sustain even a minimal viable population. Megalodon's story fits comfortably within this broader, gentler pattern of extinction, one shared with countless other species across the full 400 million year history of vertebrate life on Earth. It was not singled out for some unusual or unfair fate. It experienced, across its own particular 20 million year span, the same kind of patient environmental sorting that has shaped the rise and fall of species since long before Megalodon's own ancestors first appeared, and that continues shaping the fate of species across the modern world today, including current scientific consensus, increasingly suggests a great many species alive in the present moment, facing their own gradual cumulative pressures within an ocean and a climate once again undergoing significant change. Long before science understood what Megalodon actually was, people around the world were already encountering its teeth, and the stories they told about these strange, enormous objects offer their own quiet window into how humans have always tried to make sense of the deep past, long before paleontology existed as a formal discipline. In many coastal cultures across Europe, large fossilized shark teeth, weathered and dark from millions of years buried in sediment, were long interpreted as the petrified tongues of dragons or serpents, a belief so persistent it produced a specific term, glossa petrae, literally tongue stones, used throughout the medieval period to describe these objects. They were sometimes worn as protective amulets, believed to guard against poison, or ground into powder for use in folk medicine, their true origin as the teeth of an ancient enormous shark remaining entirely unknown for centuries. It was not until the 17th century, when the Danish scientist Nicholas Steno dissected the head of a great white shark and compared its teeth directly to these long mysterious tongue stones, that the true nature of these fossils began to be understood. Steno's careful comparison, recognizing the clear structural similarity between the teeth in his dissected shark specimen and the fossilized objects that had puzzled scholars for generations, represents one of the foundational moments in the early development of paleontology as a scientific discipline, a reminder that the systematic study of ancient life is, in the broader span of human intellectual history, a remarkably recent development. Even after this recognition that these objects were, in fact, ancient shark teeth, the true scale of the animal that had produced the very largest specimens remained a subject of considerable scientific debate and revision for the following 2 centuries, as researchers gradually assembled a fuller picture through the patient accumulation of additional fossil evidence, comparison against living shark species, and the slow refinement of scientific methodology for estimating body size from dental evidence alone. The formal scientific name assigned to the species, first proposed in the mid-19th century by the naturalist Louis Agassiz, has itself undergone several revisions since its original description, as scientific understanding of shark evolutionary relationships has continued developing, with researchers currently favouring classification within the genus Otodus rather than the Carcharodon genus shared with the modern great white shark, a change reflecting improved understanding that Megalodon's closest relatives lie within a somewhat different branch of the shark evolutionary tree than earlier classifications had assumed. This taxonomic history, however technical it might sound, matters for understanding something important about how scientific knowledge actually develops over time, not through a single dramatic discovery that settles every question at once, but through a long, patient and often quietly revised process of accumulating evidence, testing hypotheses, and refining earlier conclusions as new fossils, new techniques, and new comparative studies become available, a process that continues actively today, and will very likely continue producing refined understanding of Megalodon's biology and history for many years still to come. In the modern era, Megalodon has become something of a cultural touchstone well beyond the confines of scientific literature, appearing in popular films, documentaries, and countless works of speculative fiction, sometimes portrayed with reasonable scientific accuracy, and sometimes portrayed in ways that stray considerably from what the fossil evidence actually supports, including persistent scientifically unsupported speculation about the possibility of surviving populations hidden within the deepest, least explored regions of the modern ocean. It is worth addressing this particular piece of popular speculation directly and gently, since it represents one of the more common misconceptions surrounding this animal. The overwhelming consensus among paleontologists and marine biologists, based on the complete absence of Megalodon fossils younger than roughly 3.6 million years, despite extensive searching, the physiological requirements the species appears to have depended upon, warm, shallow coastal water, entirely unlike the cold deep ocean environment sometimes proposed as a hypothetical hiding place, and the simple ecological reality that an apex predator of this scale could not remain undetected within the modern ocean, given how thoroughly humans have studied and monitored marine ecosystems, leaves essentially no credible scientific support for the idea of any surviving population. Megalodon's story, however captivating it remains to popular imagination, reached its genuine conclusion millions of years ago. What remains, in the absence of any living descendant, is the quiet, patient evidence preserved in stone and tooth, gradually assembled across more than 3 centuries of careful scientific inquiry into a portrait of an animal that dominated the world's oceans for 20 million years, disappeared through a process this story has traced across its many preceding chapters and left behind nothing but scattered teeth and a legacy that continues to capture human imagination, centuries after science first began to understand what those strange weathered stones had actually once been. Among all the geological transformations touched upon across this story, one deserves particular attention for how directly it reshaped the ocean Megalodon depended upon. The gradual formation of the Isthmus of Panama, the narrow strip of land that today connects North and South America and separates the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans along the Central American coastline. For much of the Miocene, this land bridge did not yet exist in its current continuous form. Instead, a series of shallow seaways and scattered volcanic islands occupied the region, allowing at least partial water exchange between the Atlantic and Pacific basins, a very different geographic arrangement than the one that exists today. This open connection allowed ocean currents and marine species considerably more freedom of movement between the two ocean basins than is possible in the modern world. Beginning in the Middle Miocene and continuing with increasing significance through the Late Miocene and into the Pliocene, tectonic activity along this boundary between the Caribbean and Pacific plates gradually built up volcanic and sedimentary material, slowly narrowing and eventually closing the remaining ocean gaps, until, by roughly 3 million years ago, a continuous land bridge connected the two American continents for the first time in tens of millions of years. The consequences of this closure rippled outward across global ocean circulation in ways that mattered enormously for the broader climate story this video has been tracing. With the Central American Seaway closed, warm equatorial surface water, previously able to flow relatively freely between the Atlantic and Pacific, was instead redirected more forcefully into what is now the Gulf Stream, strengthening the flow of warm water northward, along the eastern coast of North America and across the North Atlantic, a redirection that many climate researchers consider a significant contributing factor to the broader pattern of Northern Hemisphere cooling and eventual glaciation that intensified across the following millions of years. For Megalodon specifically, the closing of this seaway removed one of the connective pathways that had previously allowed relatively easy movement and genetic exchange between Atlantic and Pacific populations, potentially contributing to increasing isolation between regional populations during the species' final millions of years, even as the broader, planet-wide pressures already discussed throughout this story continued to narrow the total amount of suitable habitat available within each of these increasingly separated regions. It is worth appreciating the intricate, interconnected nature of these various geological and climatic processes, each one influencing the others in ways that resist simple, single-cause explanation. Antarctic ice growth influenced global sea levels. Sea level change reshaped coastal nursery habitat. The closing Panamanian Seaway redirected ocean currents in ways that reinforced the broader cooling trend already underway from Antarctic ice growth. Whale migration patterns shifted in response to changing patterns of ocean productivity. Competing predators expanded into newly available ecological space. Every thread in this story connects to several others, forming a genuinely complex interwoven pattern of environmental change rather than any single, isolated cause. This complexity is not a weakness in the scientific understanding this story has been built upon. It is, instead, an accurate reflection of how large-scale environmental change actually tends to unfold across deep geological time, rarely through any single dominant cause acting in isolation, but through the patient accumulation and interaction of multiple related processes, each reinforcing or modifying the others, together producing outcomes like Megalodon's gradual extinction that no single factor alone could fully explain. The Isthmus of Panama that emerged from this long tectonic process remains in place today, a permanent and familiar feature of modern geography, connecting two continents and separating two oceans in a configuration so thoroughly established within modern human understanding of the world's geography that it can be genuinely difficult to imagine the very different arrangement that existed during most of Megalodon's 20-million-year reign, when the warm water of the Atlantic and Pacific still mingled freely across a string of shallow seaways and scattered volcanic islands, part of the same generous interconnected ocean that had made Megalodon's extraordinary size and dominance possible in the first place. It is worth spending one more quiet chapter with the scientists themselves, the researchers who have spent entire careers patiently assembling the story this video has told, since the process of scientific discovery carries its own kind of gentle, unhurried rhythm worth appreciating alongside the ancient story it has reconstructed. Modern Megalodon research draws on an enormous, slowly accumulated dataset of fossil finds, contributed over more than a century by professional paleontologists, museum collections, and increasingly, careful amateur fossil hunters whose finds, when properly documented and dated, contribute meaningfully to the broader scientific picture. A significant portion of the fossil teeth analysed in major research studies were not discovered through targeted paleontological expeditions at all, but through the patient work of individuals walking coastlines and riverbeds, where erosion regularly exposes fresh sediment, searching for the distinctive triangular shape that marks a megalodon tooth among the countless ordinary stones and shell fragments surrounding it. This collaborative relationship between professional science and dedicated amateur collectors represents one of the quieter, less celebrated aspects of how paleontological knowledge actually accumulates, a patient, distributed effort spanning countless individual searches across many decades, each discovery adding one more data point to a picture that only becomes clear when compiled across thousands of such individual finds. Dating these fossils precisely enough to support the kind of detailed timeline this story has relied upon requires its own careful, technical process. Researchers typically rely on the age of the surrounding sediment layer in which a fossil is found, established through techniques including radiometric dating of associated volcanic ash deposits, which contain radioactive isotopes that decay at known, measurable rates, and magnetostratigraphy, a technique that examines the preserved orientation of magnetic minerals within sedimentary rock, since the Earth's magnetic field has reversed polarity many times throughout its history in a well-documented, precisely dated sequence that provides a kind of natural planet-wide timestamp embedded within the rock itself. When a fossil is recovered without clear context regarding its precise original sediment layer, as sometimes happens with finds recovered from beach or riverbed erosion, rather than a carefully excavated site, researchers must rely on somewhat less precise dating methods, or sometimes exclude such finds from certain kinds of detailed statistical analysis entirely. A reminder that even well-established scientific conclusions typically rest upon a careful, honest accounting of which evidence is strong enough to support which particular claims, and which evidence, however interesting, carries too much uncertainty to bear significant scientific weight on its own. It is this kind of careful, patient, and appropriately humble methodology that has allowed the broader scientific community to arrive at the current confident understanding of Megalodon's rise, dominance, and eventual gradual extinction, a picture built not from any single spectacular discovery, but from the careful accumulation and cross-referencing of many thousands of individual pieces of evidence gathered across more than a century of dedicated research, spanning dozens of countries and hundreds of individual researchers. Ongoing research continues refining this picture even now, with new fossil discoveries, improved dating techniques, and increasingly sophisticated methods for reconstructing ancient biology, diet, and physiology from limited fossil evidence, all contributing to a continually evolving, continually improving scientific understanding of this remarkable animal and the equally remarkable, equally patient story of its rise and fall. There is something worth appreciating in this parallel, the patient, decade-spanning work of scientific reconstruction, mirroring, in its own way, the patient, millions of years spanning environmental process it seeks to understand. Neither unfolded quickly, neither depended on any single dramatic moment. Both required instead a willingness to accumulate small pieces of evidence steadily over a very long span of time, trusting that the broader pattern, invisible from within any single piece of evidence considered alone, would eventually become clear once enough such pieces had been carefully gathered and considered together. Return for this chapter to the wider ecosystem surrounding Megalodon throughout its long reign, since the shark itself, however dominant, existed within an intricate web of smaller, quieter lives whose own fates were woven closely together with the larger story this video has been telling. The coral reef systems that flourished throughout much of the warm Miocene ocean deserve particular attention here, since their own fortunes tracked closely alongside the broader environmental trends already discussed. Warm, clear, nutrient-appropriate water supported extensive reef development, across a considerably wider range of latitudes than modern reefs occupy today, providing habitat and shelter for an enormous diversity of fish, invertebrates, and smaller marine life that form the foundational layers of the food web, ultimately supporting even the largest predators like Megalodon. As ocean temperatures gradually cooled and shifted across the late Miocene and Pliocene, many of these reef systems experienced their own version of the contraction already described for Megalodon's coastal nursery habitat, retreating gradually toward lower, more consistently warm latitudes as the higher latitude reef communities that had once flourished during the warmest portions of the Miocene found conditions increasingly unsuitable for continued coral growth. This reef contraction mattered for Megalodon indirectly but genuinely, since reef ecosystems, even when not directly hunted by an animal of Megalodon size, contribute enormously to the overall productivity and stability of the broader coastal marine environment, supporting the small fish and invertebrate populations that in turn sustain the mid-level predators and eventually the largest predators, occupying higher positions within the same interconnected food web. Sea turtles offer another instructive thread within this broader ecological tapestry. Miocene seas supported several species of sea turtles considerably larger than any living today, including one genus reaching a shell length of nearly 10 feet, an animal that would itself have represented occasional prey for the largest marine predators of the period, based on bite marks preserved on some fossilized turtle shell material. As with whales and reef systems, sea turtle diversity and abundance shifted gradually across the same period of environmental transition already discussed, with several of the largest Miocene turtle species disappearing from the fossil record during the same general window, when Megalodon's own decline was accelerating. It would be an overstatement to suggest every element of this broader ecological transformation moved in perfect lockstep, since different species and different ecological guilds responded to the shared underlying environmental pressures according to their own particular biology, timing, and geographic distribution. But the overall pattern, a broad, interconnected marine ecosystem gradually reorganizing itself across the late Miocene and Pliocene in response to cooling temperatures, falling sea levels, and shifting patterns of ocean productivity, remains consistent across nearly every group of organisms paleontologists have studied from this period, from the smallest reef-building corals to the very largest apex predators. This broader ecological context matters for understanding Megalodon's story fully, since it would be a mistake to imagine the shark's decline as an isolated event occurring in an otherwise unchanged ocean. Megalodon's disappearance represents one especially well-documented thread within a considerably larger tapestry of ecological transformation, a tapestry woven from countless individual species responses to the same shared, patient, planet-wide environmental changes already traced across the many preceding chapters of this story. Understanding this wider context does not diminish the significance of Megalodon's own particular story. If anything, it deepens it, revealing Megalodon's 20-million-year reign and gradual extinction not as an isolated curiosity, but as one especially vivid and well-preserved example of a much broader pattern of ecological transformation that reshaped nearly every corner of the world's oceans across this remarkable, patient span of geological time. There is a particular kind of mathematics that governs population survival across generations, one that operates quietly beneath the surface of every species' story, including Megalodon's, and taking a moment to understand its basic logic helps clarify exactly how a species as successful and widespread as Megalodon could nonetheless decline gradually toward extinction across several million patient years. Every population, at its most basic level, persists or declines according to a simple balance: the rate at which new individuals are born and survive to reproductive age, weighed against the rate at which existing individuals die or fail to reproduce successfully. When these two forces balance evenly across a long enough span of time, a population remains roughly stable. When births and successful reproduction consistently, even if only slightly, fail to keep pace with mortality, a population begins a gradual decline that, left unaddressed, eventually leads toward extinction. The crucial detail, easy to overlook but essential for understanding Megalodon's story, is how small an imbalance is actually required to produce eventual extinction, provided that imbalance persists consistently across a sufficiently long span of time. A population experiencing even a very modest annual decline so small it would be difficult to detect within any single generation, will nonetheless continue shrinking, generation after generation, until it eventually disappears entirely, provided nothing intervenes to reverse the underlying trend. Applied to Megalodon's story, this mathematical reality helps explain how a species that remained, by every available measure, successful and abundant across the vast majority of its 20 million year existence, could nonetheless experience a genuine gradual extinction driven by pressures that never rose, within any single generation, to the level of visible crisis. A slightly reduced rate of successful juvenile development within contracting nursery bays. A slightly increased energetic cost of hunting increasingly large, increasingly migratory whale prey. A slightly increased level of competition from expanding rival predators. None of these pressures needed to be severe in isolation. They needed only to persist consistently across a sufficiently long span of generations to eventually produce the gradual population decline evident in the fossil record. This same basic mathematical logic applies broadly across ecology, well beyond the specific case of Megalodon, and understanding it offers a useful lens for interpreting population trends observed in modern conservation biology as well. A species experiencing gradual habitat loss, gradual reduction in prey availability, or gradual increase in competition does not necessarily show dramatic, immediately visible signs of crisis. It may instead show exactly the kind of quiet, patient decline Megalodon's fossil record demonstrates, a decline invisible within any single generation, but unmistakable once compressed, the way fossil evidence allows, into a timeline spanning many generations at once. It is worth emphasizing, too, that this kind of gradual decline remains, in principle, reversible for as long as a population retains sufficient size and genetic diversity to recover once conditions improve. Megalodon's story did not necessarily represent an inevitable foreordained extinction from the moment environmental cooling first began in the Middle Miocene. Had conditions stabilized earlier, or had the species possessed somewhat greater behavioral or physiological flexibility to adapt to the changing environment, a different outcome remains entirely conceivable within the bounds of what the fossil evidence can tell us. What the evidence does show, with reasonable confidence, is the outcome that actually occurred: a gradual multi-million-year population decline driven by the cumulative effect of several related environmental pressures, none individually catastrophic, together sufficient to erode, generation after generation, the delicate balance between successful reproduction and ongoing mortality that every population, however successful and widespread, ultimately depends upon for its continued survival across deep time. This slow mathematics, invisible to any individual creature living through it, patient beyond ordinary human comprehension, and ultimately decisive despite never producing a single dramatic moment of crisis, represents perhaps the truest and most important lesson embedded within Megalodon's entire 20 million year story, a story of extraordinary success followed by an extraordinarily patient, quiet ending, unfolding according to a mathematics as old and as fundamental as life itself. It is worth turning gently toward the present, before this story moves toward its final quiet chapters, since the patterns Megalodon's extinction reveals continue to echo, in modified and considerably accelerated form, within the modern ocean that exists today. The modern ocean's largest living shark species, the whale shark and the basking shark, both feed on plankton rather than large prey, a strategy that places them at a very different position within the food web than Megalodon ever occupied, but both nonetheless share certain vulnerabilities with Megalodon's own story: slow growth, late reproductive maturity, and a dependence on stable, predictable ocean conditions that current, human-driven climate change is altering at a pace considerably faster than anything the natural gradual cooling trend of the late Miocene and Pliocene ever produced. This distinction in pace deserves careful attention, since it represents one of the more significant differences between Megalodon's own extinction story and the environmental pressures many modern marine species currently face. The changes that gradually reshaped Megalodon's world unfolded across roughly 10 to 15 million years, an almost incomprehensibly patient timescale that, while ultimately sufficient to drive a well-established 20 million year dominant species toward extinction, nonetheless allowed many generations the opportunity to gradually shift range, adjust behavior, and respond incrementally to slowly changing conditions. Current climate change, by contrast, is unfolding across a timescale of decades to centuries rather than millions of years, a pace that leaves considerably less opportunity for the kind of gradual generational adjustment that characterized Megalodon's own extended decline. Modern great white sharks, modern whale populations, and countless other marine species currently face environmental change compressed into a time frame that, relative to the patient pace of the Miocene and Pliocene transitions this story has traced, might be more accurately compared to a single, rapid transition rather than the long, gentle slope Megalodon's own ancestors and descendants experienced across their shared evolutionary history. This comparison is offered here not to draw any overly simple or alarmist conclusion, but rather to place Megalodon's own story within a broader, ongoing scientific conversation about how marine ecosystems respond to environmental change across different timescales, a conversation that paleontological evidence, precisely because it documents change unfolding across such vast stretches of deep time, continues to meaningfully inform. Modern conservation science draws directly on lessons embedded within stories like Megalodon's, particularly the recognition that large, specialized, slow-reproducing apex predators tend to show heightened vulnerability during periods of environmental change, regardless of how successful and dominant they may have been under previous more stable conditions. This pattern, first clearly documented through careful paleontological study of extinctions like Megalodon's own, now informs active conservation strategies for numerous modern large predator species, from great white sharks to orcas to the great whales themselves, each facing its own particular version of the challenge Megalodon's ancestors once navigated successfully for 20 million years before finally, gradually, succumbing to it. There is something worth holding on to gently here, a kind of quiet continuity linking the ancient warm water of the Miocene to the ocean that exists today. The same fundamental ecological principles, the same basic mathematics of survival, discussed in the previous chapter, the same vulnerability that comes with size and specialization, the same resilience that comes with flexibility and adaptability, continue operating within the modern ocean exactly as they operated within the ancient one, an unbroken thread of ecological logic connecting Megalodon's 20 million year story to the challenges facing marine life in the present moment. The ocean, across every era this story has touched, has always been a place of both extraordinary abundance and quiet, patient change, a place capable of sustaining the largest predator the planet has ever produced for 20 million uninterrupted years, and equally capable of gradually, gently, reshaping itself into a considerably different place, generation by generation, until even the most dominant and successful of its inhabitants eventually gives way to whatever comes next. Somewhere within the final several 100,000 years of Megalodon's existence, in a location current fossil evidence cannot pinpoint with absolute precision, but which very likely lay somewhere along the warm eastern Pacific coastline, where the youngest confirmed fossils have been recovered, the very last successful Megalodon nursery would have continued its quiet, patient work, entirely unaware of its own significance within the broader arc of the species' story. Picture this final nursery, warm water still gathering along a familiar stretch of coastline, still sheltering the smallest and most vulnerable juveniles of a lineage that had, by this point, already persisted for nearly 20 million years. The adults returning to this particular bay each breeding season would have carried within their bodies the accumulated genetic inheritance of countless generations before them, shaped by every environmental pressure and every gradual adjustment already described across this story, arriving at a nursery that remained, for as long as it continued functioning, entirely adequate for the task it had always performed. There is no way to know, and no need to imagine, any single dramatic final season in which this last nursery failed. The more likely reality, consistent with everything the fossil record suggests about gradual cumulative decline rather than sudden catastrophe, involves a slower fading, successive breeding seasons producing gradually fewer surviving juveniles, gradually smaller total population numbers, until at some point, impossible to precisely date, even with the benefit of extensive modern fossil evidence, the very last Megalodon calves born anywhere in the world's oceans grew, in their turn, into the very last Megalodon adults, living out their own full, complete, and by every measure available to them, entirely successful individual lives. This is worth sitting with gently, since it carries a particular kind of quiet dignity worth honouring. The last Megalodon did not know it was the last. It did not experience its own species' extinction as any kind of personal tragedy or crisis. It very likely lived, hunted, and quite possibly reproduced successfully within the specific portion of ocean available to it during its own particular lifetime, entirely unaware that the broader population it belonged to had, across the preceding several million years, gradually contracted to the point where its own generation, or perhaps its own immediate offspring, would represent the final chapter of a story that had begun some 20 million years earlier. Extinction, understood this way, carries a very different emotional character than the popular imagination often assigns to it. It is not, in cases like Megalodon's own gradual decline, a story of suffering, of desperate final struggle, of dramatic last stands against overwhelming circumstance. It is far more often a story of ordinary lives, lived fully and adequately, within whatever conditions each particular generation happened to inherit, continuing until the cumulative, patient mathematics of population decline discussed in an earlier chapter finally reached its quiet, inevitable conclusion. There is a kind of gentle comfort available within this understanding, one worth carrying forward as this story approaches its own conclusion. The vast majority of Megalodon's 20 million year existence was not spent in decline at all, but in genuine, sustained abundance and success, generation after generation of sharks living full lives within warm, productive water, hunting successfully, reproducing successfully, occupying with quiet confidence the position of apex predator across nearly the entire global ocean. The decline described across so much of this story represents only the final several million years of that much longer, much more successful story, a coda rather than the entire composition, a slow and gentle closing movement following what had been, for the overwhelming majority of the species' existence, a long and genuinely triumphant reign. In the millions of years that followed Megalodon's quiet disappearance, the ocean continued its patient, ceaseless work of laying down sediment, layer upon layer, across the seafloor where the species had once hunted, gradually burying the scattered teeth and rare vertebral fragments that represented, and continue to represent today, nearly the entire physical evidence of its 20 million year existence. This process of burial and preservation, so essential to everything modern science understands about Megalodon, unfolded according to the same patient, unhurried rhythm as everything else in this story. A single tooth, lost or shed during a successful hunt, would settle slowly through the water column, before coming to rest on the seafloor, where, if conditions proved favourable, it might gradually become covered by successive layers of fine sediment, protecting it from the currents, scavengers, and chemical processes that would otherwise, across a sufficiently long span of time, break down and erase it entirely. Most such teeth, it is worth acknowledging honestly, did not survive this process. The fossil record, however extensive and informative, represents only a small, biased sample of everything that actually existed, weighted heavily toward locations and conditions particularly favourable for preservation, shallow, low-energy coastal environments where fine sediment could accumulate steadily without being disturbed by strong currents or wave action. Teeth lost in more turbulent, higher-energy environments, or in locations where sediment accumulation was slower or less consistent, were considerably less likely to survive the millions of years required for fossilization to occur. This preservation bias matters for understanding the scientific picture this video has presented, since it means the fossil record almost certainly underrepresents Megalodon's true historical range and abundance to some degree, while likely overrepresenting the specific coastal shallow water environments where conditions happen to favour preservation. Researchers account for this bias carefully in their analyses, but it remains a permanent, unavoidable limitation of paleontological evidence more broadly, a reminder that even the most careful scientific reconstruction of the deep past necessarily works with an incomplete, imperfectly preserved sample of everything that actually occurred. Despite these limitations, the sheer volume of Megalodon teeth that have survived this long, patient process of burial and preservation remains remarkable, a testament both to the sheer number of teeth the species produced across its 20 million year existence, and to the specific favourable conditions present across so many of the warm, shallow coastal environments the species depended upon throughout its life. Across the millions of years following Megalodon's extinction, the sediment layers containing these scattered teeth continued accumulating additional material above them, gradually burying the evidence of the species' existence beneath increasingly thick layers of younger rock. In some locations, subsequent tectonic activity would eventually lift these ancient seafloor sediments back toward the surface, exposing them to the erosion that, in the modern era, allows fossil hunters and researchers to recover megalodon teeth from coastlines and riverbeds around the world, teeth that had spent millions of years buried beneath layer upon patient layer of accumulated sediment, before finally being returned, briefly, to open air and human attention. There is something worth appreciating in this long, quiet cycle, teeth shed during a hunt millions of years ago, settling slowly through ancient water, buried gradually beneath accumulating sediment, preserved through geological processes unfolding across spans of time that dwarf ordinary human comprehension, before finally, through further geological uplift and erosion, being exposed once more, ready to be discovered by a species that would not exist for millions of years after Megalodon itself had already disappeared, and that would, upon finally understanding what these strange, weathered objects actually represented, spend more than 3 centuries carefully, patiently reconstructing the remarkable story this video has told. It is worth returning once more to ocean circulation itself, since the specific pathways by which cold and warm water move around the globe played such a decisive role throughout this story. And a slightly closer look at how these currents actually function helps ground the more abstract discussion of climate change already covered across earlier chapters. The modern ocean operates according to a vast, interconnected system of currents, sometimes referred to as the global thermohaline circulation, a slow, deep-reaching pattern of water movement driven by differences in temperature and salinity between different regions of the ocean. Cold, dense water sinks in certain polar regions, particularly around the North Atlantic and around Antarctica, then flows slowly along the deep ocean floor toward the equator, eventually rising back toward the surface in other regions where it warms, becomes less dense, and begins the long journey back toward the poles once more. This entire system, sometimes described using the evocative image of a global conveyor belt, moves water across the entire planet on timescales of centuries, an almost unimaginably patient circulation compared to the faster surface currents most people associate with ocean movement. Changes to this deep circulation pattern, whether from shifting continental positions, changing polar ice coverage, or other factors, ripple outward to affect surface temperatures, weather patterns, and marine productivity across the entire globe, often in ways that take considerable time to fully manifest. During the period this story concerns itself with, the gradual isolation of Antarctica by the Antarctic circumpolar current, already discussed in an earlier chapter, represented one of the most significant modifications to this global circulation system in the entire Cenozoic era, fundamentally altering how heat moved between the equator and the poles and contributing directly to the broader cooling trend that reshaped Megalodon's world across the following millions of years. The closing of the Central American Seaway, also already discussed, represented a second major modification to this same global system, redirecting warm surface currents in ways that further reinforced Northern Hemisphere cooling, even as it simultaneously altered patterns of ocean productivity along both the Atlantic and Pacific coastlines of the Americas, patterns that directly shaped where the whale populations Megalodon depended upon could most reliably find abundant food. Understanding these large-scale circulation patterns helps explain why changes originating in one specific, geographically limited region, the deep waters around Antarctica, the narrow strait between 2 continents, could nonetheless produce consequences rippling outward across the entire global ocean, reaching even the warm, tropical coastal waters thousands of miles away where Megalodon spent the great majority of its life. The ocean, whatever its surface appearance of separate seas and distinct regional character, functions as a single, deeply interconnected system, its various currents and circulation patterns linking every corner of the globe together into one continuous, if slowly evolving whole. This interconnection cuts in both directions, worth noting as this story continues toward its final chapters. Just as changes originating near Antarctica could ripple outward to affect conditions in warm tropical nurseries thousands of miles distant, so too did the broader health and productivity of the tropical and subtropical ocean, home to the coral reefs, whale nurseries, and rich coastal food webs already discussed, depend in turn on the continued functioning of this same global circulation system, each region of the ocean woven inextricably into the fate of every other, an interconnected whole whose slow, patient reorganization across the late Miocene and Pliocene ultimately reshaped the fortunes of nearly every species this story has touched upon, Megalodon included. Before this story turns fully toward its closing chapters, it is worth considering one more group of animals that shared Megalodon's ocean throughout much of its existence: the broader community of large marine predators whose own stories, while less thoroughly documented than Megalodon's, add further depth and texture to the picture of the Miocene ocean this video has been assembling. Among the more formidable of these contemporaries was Leviathan, an enormous predatory sperm whale, distinct from the modern sperm whale's primarily deep-diving squid-hunting lifestyle. Instead built as an active, powerful hunter, equipped with enormous teeth in both its upper and lower jaws, unlike modern sperm whales, which possess functional teeth only in their lower jaw. Fossil evidence suggests Leviathan reached lengths approaching 50 feet, rivaling Megalodon in overall size and very likely competed directly with Megalodon for access to the same mid-sized whale prey populating the Miocene ocean. The relationship between these two enormous predators, one a shark and one a whale, both converging independently on a broadly similar ecological role, apex predator specializing in hunting other large marine mammals, represents a fascinating example of what evolutionary biologists call convergent evolution, two very different lineages arriving at broadly similar solutions to the same underlying ecological challenge: abundant, appropriately sized whale prey available within a warm, productive Miocene ocean. Whether Megalodon and Leviathan actively competed for the same specific prey populations, or whether they instead partitioned the available prey through subtle differences in hunting strategy, preferred depth, or geographic range, remains a subject of ongoing scientific investigation, since direct fossil evidence of interaction between the two species remains limited. What does seem clear from the broader fossil record is that Leviathan's own reign as a dominant Miocene predator appears to have been considerably shorter than Megalodon's, with the genus known primarily from the Middle Miocene and appearing to decline before the more extended gradual process that eventually led to Megalodon's own extinction had fully unfolded. Other large predatory sharks shared these waters as well, including several species within the broader mako shark lineage that, while considerably smaller than Megalodon, nonetheless represented formidable predators in their own right, occupying ecological niches somewhat below Megalodon's own position, at the very top of the food web, hunting mid-sized fish and smaller marine mammals that fell below the size range Megalodon typically pursued. This broader community of large Miocene predators, Megalodon, Leviathan, various mako relatives, early great white sharks, and the toothed whale ancestors of modern orcas, together formed a genuinely rich and complex predatory guild, considerably more diverse than the modern ocean's roster of large apex predators, reflecting the extraordinary overall productivity and abundance of the Miocene marine ecosystem this story has traced across its many preceding chapters. As the environmental pressures already described across this story continued reshaping the broader ocean across the late Miocene and into the Pliocene, this rich predatory community gradually reorganized itself as well, with certain lineages, Megalodon and Leviathan prominent among them, gradually declining and eventually disappearing, while others, particularly the more flexible, more socially sophisticated toothed whales and the increasingly adaptable great white shark lineage, continued expanding into the ecological space these declining giants had previously occupied. This gradual reorganization of the ocean's predatory community represents, in many respects, a microcosm of the broader pattern this entire story has traced: a rich, stable, abundant ecosystem gradually reshaping itself in response to patient, cumulative environmental change, favoring flexibility and adaptability over raw size and specialized power, until the community of predators occupying the ocean's highest ecological positions looked, by the early Pliocene, considerably different than it had during the Miocene's warmest, most productive millions of years. Return, for this chapter, to the intimate, immediate scale of individual experience, the single seasons and single lives that made up the 20 million years this story has been describing at such a broad, sweeping level, since it is easy, across a story spanning this much deep time, to lose sight of the fact that every single generation experienced its own particular ocean as vividly and immediately real as any living creature experiences its world today. Consider a single breeding season within one of the middle Miocene nursery bays already described. Near the height of Megalodon's abundance and dominance, long before the gradual pressures described in later chapters had begun meaningfully affecting the species. Adult females, having reached the reproductive maturity typical for the species somewhere around 20 to 25 years of age, would return to warm, familiar coastal water to give birth, producing a small number of large, well-developed pups, likely somewhere between 2 and 10 offspring per litter, based on comparison with related living shark species, each pup already several feet in length at birth and fully capable of independent hunting from its very first days of life. These newborn sharks would enter a world of immediate abundance, warm water rich with the small fish and rays that would sustain their earliest growth, sheltered to some degree from the largest predators by the shallow, protected geography of the nursery bay itself, though certainly not entirely safe, since even young Megalodon would have faced genuine risk from larger sharks, including potentially older members of their own species, during these vulnerable early years. Growth during this juvenile period would have been rapid by most standards, though gradual compared to the total decades required to reach full adult size, each season adding measurable length and mass as the young shark fed steadily on the abundant prey available within its nursery habitat, gradually building toward the size and strength it would eventually need before venturing into the deeper, more dangerous, but also more richly rewarding open coastal waters where the adults of its species hunted the whales that formed the primary foundation of the adult diet. This same basic pattern, birth in a warm, sheltered nursery, gradual juvenile growth, eventual departure toward open water and adult hunting territory, repeated across countless individual lives, spanning every single year of Megalodon's 20 million year existence, each generation experiencing this pattern as their own immediate present reality, entirely unaware of how many generations had come before them, or how many more, if any, would follow after them within the specific portion of ocean they happened to call home. It is this accumulation of individual lives, each one complete and immediate in its own right, that ultimately produced the sweeping, deep time pattern this story has traced across its many chapters. 20 million years is not, in any meaningful biological sense, a single continuous experience. It is instead an accumulation of perhaps 500,000 to 1 million individual generations, each one living out its own complete story within the specific conditions available during its own particular span of years, contributing through its own successes and failures at reproduction to the broader population trend that only becomes visible when all of these individual stories are considered together, compressed by the patient work of paleontology into the single, continuous narrative this video has told. There is something worth honouring in this recognition, a reminder that the sweeping deep time story of environmental change and gradual extinction this video has described was never, at any point, experienced as such by any single creature living through it. Each generation lived its own full, immediate, complete life, within its own particular warm season, its own particular nursery bay, its own particular stretch of productive coastal water, entirely unaware of its place within the much larger pattern that modern science, working patiently across more than 3 centuries of careful study, has finally been able to reconstruct and understand. Having spent so much of this story exploring the world Megalodon inhabited, and the gradual process that eventually led to its extinction, it is worth turning attention for this chapter toward what the fossil record reveals about the ocean immediately following the species' disappearance, the layers of sediment that settled above the boundary marking Megalodon's final confirmed presence, and what they show about how quickly, or how slowly, the ocean's ecological structure reorganized itself in the absence of its long-time apex predator. Sediment layers dated to the period immediately following Megalodon's disappearance, roughly 3.6 to 3 million years ago, show a marine ecosystem that, broadly speaking, continued much as it had before, whale populations continuing their trend toward larger body size, great white sharks continuing their gradual expansion in both size and range, coral reefs and coastal fish communities continuing to reflect the ongoing, gradual cooling and habitat contraction already underway for millions of years by this point. There is no evidence within the fossil record of any sudden ecological upheaval or collapse coinciding with Megalodon's disappearance, a finding entirely consistent with the gradual, patient nature of the extinction this story has traced throughout. This absence of sudden ecological disruption makes considerable sense given everything already discussed about the gradual nature of Megalodon's decline. Because the species population had already been contracting slowly across several million years before its final disappearance, the broader marine ecosystem had, in effect, already been gradually adjusting to reduced Megalodon predation pressure for a very long time before the species' actual extinction occurred, absorbing the change incrementally rather than experiencing any sudden, disruptive removal of a previously dominant ecological force. This pattern offers a useful, if somewhat counterintuitive, insight into how ecosystems generally respond to the gradual decline and eventual loss of even a genuinely significant apex predator. Sudden removal of a dominant species, the kind sometimes studied by modern ecologists examining rapid, human-caused extinctions or local extirpations, can produce dramatic, sometimes destabilizing ripple effects throughout an ecosystem, as prey populations no longer subject to their accustomed level of predation pressure sometimes expand rapidly in ways that themselves create new ecological imbalances. Gradual decline, by contrast, of the kind Megalodon's population experienced across several million patient years allows the broader ecosystem considerably more time to adjust incrementally, often producing a smoother, less disruptive transition, even though the ultimate outcome, the complete loss of a previously dominant species, remains the same. Whale populations, freed gradually from Megalodon predation pressure across these final several million years, continued their already established trend toward increasing body size largely uninterrupted, a trend that, as discussed in an earlier chapter, would eventually produce the truly enormous blue whales and other giant baleen whales that came to define the modern ocean's largest inhabitants across the following several million years, well beyond the specific scope of Megalodon's own story. Great white sharks and orcas, the two lineages that had been gradually expanding into ecological space Megalodon's decline was slowly vacating, continued their own expansion largely uninterrupted as well, gradually settling into the roles they continue occupying within the modern ocean today. Apex predators considerably more flexible in diet, range, and hunting strategy than Megalodon had ever needed to be during its own 20 million years of relatively unchallenged dominance. The overall picture that emerges from these post-extinction sediment layers is one of remarkable ecological continuity. A marine ecosystem that absorbed the loss of its long-time largest predator with surprisingly little visible disruption, precisely because that loss had unfolded so gradually, so patiently, across such an extended span of time, that the broader ecosystem had in effect already substantially completed its own necessary adjustment, well before Megalodon's actual final disappearance occurred. There is a concept ecologists use called carrying capacity, the maximum population size a particular environment can sustainably support, given the resources available within it, and applying this concept carefully to Megalodon's story offers one final useful lens for understanding the gradual decline this video has traced across so many preceding chapters. During the height of the Miocene's productivity, the warm, resource-rich ocean this story has described repeatedly could sustain a genuinely enormous total Megalodon population, distributed across nurseries and hunting grounds scattered around the entire globe, each individual shark requiring, as discussed in an earlier chapter, a substantial and consistent supply of large prey to meet its considerable energy demands. The total number of Megalodon the Miocene ocean could support at any given time represented in effect the species' carrying capacity during this period of peak abundance. As the environmental changes already described across this story unfolded, shrinking nursery habitat, growing and increasingly migratory whale prey, expanding competition from rival predators, the ocean's carrying capacity for Megalodon specifically would have gradually declined, even as the ocean's overall productivity and total biomass remained by many measures still considerable. This distinction matters enormously. The ocean did not become poor or unproductive during the period of Megalodon's decline. It remained rich with life, as the continued success of whales, great white sharks, and orcas throughout this same period clearly demonstrates. What declined specifically was the ocean's capacity to support Megalodon's particular combination of size, specialization, and warm water dependence, even as that same changing ocean increasingly favored the more flexible, more broadly adaptable strategies pursued by its eventual successors. This distinction between overall ocean productivity and species-specific carrying capacity helps resolve what might otherwise seem like a puzzling contradiction within this story. How could an ocean that continued supporting abundant whale populations, continued supporting expanding shark and toothed whale populations, simultaneously fail to support continued megalodon abundance? The answer lies precisely in this concept of carrying capacity being specific to each particular species' particular ecological requirements, rather than representing some single, universal measure of an environment's overall richness. A useful comparison can be drawn here to the concept of an ecological squeeze play, familiar to modern conservation biologists studying species with highly specific habitat or dietary requirements facing environmental change. Such species can experience genuine, sometimes severe population decline even while occupying an environment that remains, by broader measures, healthy and productive, simply because the specific narrow set of conditions their particular biology depends upon has become less available, even as other, more broadly adaptable species within the very same environment continue thriving. Megalodon's story represents, in this sense, an early and particularly well-documented example of exactly this pattern, a pattern that continues playing out today across numerous modern species facing their own versions of habitat-specific decline within otherwise still functioning broader ecosystems, from certain coral specialist fish species facing reef degradation to specialized Arctic predators facing sea ice loss, each experiencing a version of the same fundamental ecological dynamic Megalodon's own 20-million-year story so clearly illustrates. Understanding Megalodon's extinction through this lens of shifting, species-specific carrying capacity, rather than through any simpler narrative of a uniformly declining or dying ocean, offers a more accurate and, in its own way, a more genuinely instructive picture of how extinction actually tends to unfold, not as a story of an entire environment failing, but as a story of a specific set of conditions, once abundant and reliable, gradually narrowing until they could no longer sustain the particular species whose survival had, across 20 million successful years, come to depend upon them so completely. There is a particular experience shared by many people who have spent time walking certain beaches and riverbanks around the world, the moment of discovering, half buried in sand or gravel, a dark, weathered, unmistakably triangular object considerably larger than any modern shark tooth could ever be, and it is worth spending a final, quieter chapter with this experience before this story turns toward its closing meditation. These moments of discovery, repeated countless times across the modern era by both professional researchers and casual beachcombers, represent something genuinely remarkable when considered carefully, a direct physical point of contact between the present moment and an animal that last swam through living water more than 3 million years ago, a tooth that spent the intervening millions of years buried beneath accumulating sediment before erosion, tide, or excavation finally returned it to open air in human hands. The particular color and texture of a well-preserved megalodon tooth, often dark gray, black, or occasionally a rich reddish-brown depending on the specific minerals present in the sediment where it was buried, reflects the specific chemical process of fossilization the tooth underwent across its millions of years underground, as the original tooth material gradually became permeated and partially replaced by minerals absorbed from the surrounding sediment. A slow, patient chemical transformation, not unlike the broader patient transformations this story has traced at every larger scale, from ocean chemistry to whale evolution to the gradual reshaping of entire coastlines. Holding such a tooth, whether in a museum display case or in one's own open hand along a quiet beach, offers a particular kind of perspective difficult to achieve through abstract discussion of deep time alone. The tooth is real, solid, tangible, considerably heavier than its size might suggest, its edges, even after millions of years, still bearing the fine serrations that once helped shear through whale flesh and bone with such devastating efficiency. It connects, in a way few other objects can, the immediate concrete present moment to a span of deep time that otherwise remains almost entirely abstract, 20 million years of history compressed into a single object small enough to rest comfortably within a closed hand. It is worth imagining gently the particular moment when this specific tooth was shed, perhaps during a successful hunt, perhaps simply through the ordinary process of tooth replacement every shark experiences throughout its life, sinking slowly through warm Miocene or early Pliocene water before settling onto a seafloor that would, across the following millions of years, gradually become the sediment layer, and eventually the exposed beach or riverbank, where a person living millions of years later would eventually discover it, entirely unaware of the specific individual shark, the specific hunt or shedding, that had originally produced this particular small, dark, triangular fragment of deep time. This single tooth, and the countless others like it recovered from coastlines and riverbeds around the world, together form the physical foundation upon which the entire scientific story this video has told has been carefully, patiently constructed, a foundation built not from any single spectacular find, but from the gradual accumulation of countless individual discoveries, each one a small, tangible fragment of an animal that dominated the world's oceans for 20 million years before disappearing gradually and quietly into the same patient sediment that eventually preserved the evidence of its existence for the scientists and the casual beachcombers who would come, millions of years later, to piece its remarkable story back together. Among the many kinds of physical evidence discussed throughout this story, the bite marks preserved on fossilized whale bones deserve one final, closer examination, since they offer some of the most direct and vivid physical evidence available of Megalodon's actual hunting behavior, moments of genuine predatory encounter frozen, quite literally, into stone. These bite marks appear across a range of Miocene and early Pliocene whale fossils recovered from multiple sites around the world, distinctive gouges and punctures in the bone whose spacing, depth, and shape align closely with reconstructed Megalodon jaw and tooth proportions, allowing researchers to attribute them with reasonable confidence to attacks by this specific predator, rather than by any of the other large sharks or predators sharing the same waters. Some of these bite marks show clear evidence of healing, bone tissue that had begun regrowing and remodeling around the injury site before the animal's eventual death, indicating the whale survived its encounter with Megalodon, at least for some further period of time, providing valuable evidence that not every Megalodon attack proved immediately fatal to its target, and that whales, particularly larger or more mature individuals, sometimes successfully escaped or survived an initial attack. Other bite marks show no evidence of healing at all, suggesting these particular injuries occurred at or very near the time of the animal's death, either as the direct cause of death or, in some cases, potentially as evidence of scavenging behavior on an already deceased whale carcass, since Megalodon, like most large sharks, almost certainly supplemented active hunting with opportunistic scavenging whenever a suitable carcass happened to be available. The specific locations where these bite marks most commonly appear concentrated notably around the tail flukes, flippers, and rear portions of the body in many recovered specimens, provides further support for the hunting strategy already discussed in an earlier chapter, an approach favouring disabling attacks against a whale's mobility before attempting to fully subdue a target too large and too potentially dangerous to approach directly and immediately, a strategy remarkably similar to hunting techniques still employed by modern orcas when they target much larger whale species today. One particularly well-studied specimen, a partial whale skeleton recovered from Miocene sediment along the eastern coast of the United States, preserves multiple bite marks from what researchers believe represents a single prolonged predatory encounter, evidence consistent with a hunt requiring sustained effort against a large, actively resisting target, rather than a single quick, decisive strike, offering a rare, detailed glimpse into just how genuinely challenging even a successful Megalodon hunt against a large adult whale may have actually been. These direct physical traces of individual predatory encounters, however fragmentary and however limited in overall number, compared to the 20 million years and countless individual hunts this story has described, provide an invaluable complement to the broader, more statistical evidence, isotope studies, tooth distribution patterns, population trend analysis that forms the majority of the scientific foundation this video is drawn upon. They offer, in their own small way, a direct, specific, almost narrative glimpse into individual moments buried within the much larger sweep of deep time this story has otherwise had to describe primarily through pattern and aggregate trend rather than individual event. It is worth appreciating this particular kind of evidence for what it offers that broader statistical patterns cannot: a genuine, physical trace of an actual moment, an actual encounter between two actual animals, played out in warm Miocene water millions of years before either species' story reached its own eventual conclusion, preserved by chance and patient geological process, into a form that researchers today can study, interpret, and carefully weave into the broader, more comprehensive story this video has told across its many preceding chapters. There is a particular kind of paradox worth sitting with as this story approaches its final chapters: the fact that the ocean itself, as a physical system, remembers nothing at all in any conscious sense, and yet somehow, through the patient accumulation of sediment, chemistry, and preserved bone, keeps a more complete and detailed record of its own deep history than almost any other system on the planet. Water itself carries no memory. A single molecule of seawater moving through the modern ocean has no connection to, no trace of, the specific conditions present when Megalodon last swam through similar water millions of years ago. And yet the ocean, considered as a whole physical and geological system, rather than as any single volume of water, has preserved, within its sediment, its rock, its chemistry, an extraordinarily detailed record of exactly the kind of gradual, patient transformation this story has spent so many chapters describing. This paradox resolves once the actual mechanism of preservation is properly understood. The ocean does not remember through any process resembling conscious memory. It remembers instead through the simple, patient physical process of sedimentation, chemical deposition, and burial, each layer of accumulating rock, functioning as an unconscious but remarkably faithful record of the conditions present at the specific moment that layer was formed, a record requiring no awareness or intention whatsoever, only the patient, ongoing physical processes that have shaped the seafloor continuously for hundreds of millions of years. It is this unconscious, purely physical form of memory that has allowed the story told across this entire video to be reconstructed with such reasonable scientific confidence, a memory embedded not in any living mind, but in stone, in chemistry, in the careful arrangement of isotopes and mineral structures that scientists have learned, across more than 3 centuries of patient study, to read with increasing precision and confidence. There is something worth appreciating in this particular kind of memory, one entirely different from anything human consciousness experiences, yet in its own way more durable and in certain respects more honest than human memory tends to be. The rock does not embellish. It does not forget selectively or reshape its record according to any narrative preference. It simply preserves, faithfully and without judgment, whatever physical and chemical conditions happen to be present at each specific moment across the many millions of years of accumulating sediment, leaving behind a record that, however incomplete and however challenging to properly interpret, remains fundamentally honest in a way few other historical records can claim to be. Megalodon's story, reconstructed entirely from this patient, unconscious geological memory, carries a particular kind of authority precisely because of this honesty. It is not a story shaped by any observer's particular perspective or narrative preference, since no conscious observer witnessed the 20 million years this story spans. It is instead a story reconstructed as faithfully as current scientific methodology allows from the ocean's own patient, physical record of its own deep history, a record that continues to be read, refined, and better understood with each passing year of ongoing scientific research. As this story approaches its final chapters, it is worth carrying forward this particular understanding of memory and record, the recognition that the deep past, however distant and however difficult to imagine in any vivid, immediate way, remains genuinely knowable, not through invention or speculation, but through the patient, careful reading of exactly the kind of physical evidence this story has drawn upon throughout, evidence preserved not by any conscious intention, but by the simple, patient, ongoing physical processes that have shaped the Earth's oceans for hundreds of millions of years, and that continue shaping them still, layer by layer, into the deep future. As this story turns, gently, toward its final chapters, it is worth gathering together once more the many separate threads this video has traced across its long, patient journey through deep time, since each one, considered individually, tells only a partial story, and it is only in their careful combination that the full picture of Megalodon's rise and gradual extinction truly comes into focus. There was the ocean itself, warm and generous across most of the Miocene, its higher sea levels and gentler temperature gradient creating exactly the kind of coastal abundance capable of sustaining an apex predator of truly extraordinary scale. There was Megalodon's own particular biology, its likely mesothermic physiology, its powerful bite, its slow growth, and late reproductive maturity, traits that served it magnificently well across nearly 20 million years of relative environmental stability. There was the whale population it depended upon, mid-sized and abundant during the height of Megalodon's dominance, gradually trending toward larger bodies and longer migrations as the planet's climate began its own slow, patient transformation. There was Antarctica, distant and largely unconnected in any obvious way to the warm tropical nurseries where young Megalodon grew, yet exerting through the patient accumulation of ice and the resulting redirection of global ocean circulation a profound and ultimately decisive influence over conditions across the entire planet. There was the closing Panamanian Seaway, reshaping ocean currents in ways that reinforced the broader cooling trend. There were the emerging rivals, great white sharks and early-toothed whales, gradually developing the flexibility and adaptability that would allow them to expand successfully into a changing ocean, even as Megalodon's own more specialized strategy struggled increasingly to keep pace. There was the simple, patient mathematics of population decline, small imbalances between reproduction and mortality, compounding gradually across hundreds of thousands of successive generations, until a species that had thrived for 20 million years finally, quietly, reached its conclusion. No single one of these threads, considered in isolation, adequately explains Megalodon's extinction. It was not simply climate change, though climate change played an essential role. It was not simply competition, though competition mattered considerably. It was not simply the shark's own biological specialization, though that specialization, so advantageous during stable conditions, ultimately proved costly once conditions began to shift. It was, instead, the patient, cumulative interaction of all these factors together, each one reinforcing and compounding the others across a span of millions of years that together produced the outcome this story has traced. This kind of multi-causal, deeply interconnected explanation may lack the simplicity of a single dramatic cause, an asteroid, a single catastrophic event, a single decisive rival. But it offers something considerably more valuable in its place, a genuinely accurate reflection of how the natural world actually tends to operate, a world of interconnected systems, cascading influences, and patient cumulative change, rather than a world of simple, isolated causes producing simple, isolated effects. This is perhaps the deepest and most valuable lesson embedded within Megalodon's entire 20 million year story, extending well beyond the specific fate of this one remarkable animal. The world, at every scale this story has touched, from the deep circulation of the global ocean to the single-tooth shed during a single successful hunt, operates according to this same patient, interconnected logic, everything linked to everything else, across scales of time and space that ordinary human intuition, shaped as it is by the brief span of a single lifetime, often struggles to fully appreciate, but which the patient, careful work of paleontology allows us, gradually and with genuine scientific confidence, to understand. Return for this penultimate chapter to the single evening described at the very beginning of this story, a warm coastline, fading light, an enormous shape moving unhurried through darkening water, since it is worth revisiting that scene once more, now carrying the full weight of everything this story has since described. That single evening, wherever and whenever it precisely occurred within Megalodon's 20 million year existence, represented, for the shark experiencing it, an entirely ordinary moment, one evening among many thousands across a full, successful life. Nothing about that particular evening would have felt different or significant to the animal itself, no premonition of ending, no sense of standing near any kind of historical threshold. It was simply another warm evening, another patrol along a familiar stretch of coastline, another ordinary chapter within an ordinary successful life. And yet, considered now with the full context this story has provided, that same evening carries a very different kind of weight. If this particular evening occurred during the species' final several 100,000 years, it represents a moment poised near the very end of a 20-million-year reign. One of the last generations of a lineage that once dominated nearly the entire global ocean, now persisting within an increasingly narrow band of remaining suitable habitat, facing pressures that, while invisible to the animal itself, had already been building gradually across millions of preceding years. If, instead, this particular evening occurred earlier, during the height of the Miocene's warmth and abundance, it represents something quite different, a moment of genuine, sustained success, one evening within a much longer story of triumphant, unchallenged dominance, the shark moving through water that would remain hospitable and productive for millions of years still to come, entirely unaware of and entirely unaffected by the gradual transformation that would only begin reshaping its world many generations later. This ambiguity, the impossibility of knowing with certainty exactly where within the broader 20-million-year story any single described moment actually falls, is worth sitting with gently rather than resolving too quickly. It reflects something true and important about how deep time actually works, the fact that any single moment, however vividly imagined or described, necessarily exists within a much larger context that only becomes clear when considered across a much longer span, a context invisible to whatever creature happened to be living through that particular moment, but fully visible to us now, considering the entire sweep of the story from a vantage point millions of years removed from any of it. Perhaps this is, in the end, the most honest way to hold this story, not as a single narrative arc moving cleanly from beginning to middle to end, but as a vast accumulation of countless individual, ordinary moments, each one complete and immediate in its own right, together forming a pattern of rise, dominance, gradual decline, and eventual quiet ending that only becomes visible when considered from the particular, patient vantage point. Modern paleontology has worked so carefully across more than 3 centuries to construct. As this story moves toward its closing meditation, it is worth pausing on one final broad question this entire journey has circled around repeatedly, without ever fully addressing directly. What, across the vast sweep of deep time this story has traced, actually determines which lineages persist and which eventually disappear? The easy, intuitive answer that the strongest, largest, most dominant animals survive while weaker ones perish does not hold up particularly well against the evidence this story has carefully assembled. Megalodon was, by nearly every measure available, among the most dominant, most powerful predators the ocean has ever produced, and yet it disappeared, while smaller, less individually formidable competitors, great white sharks, orcas, continued forward into the modern world. A more accurate answer, supported consistently by the evidence traced across this entire story, points instead toward flexibility, the capacity to adjust behavior, diet, range, and reproductive strategy in response to changing conditions, as the trait most consistently associated with long-term survival across genuinely significant spans of environmental change. This is not a new observation unique to Megalodon's particular story. It appears again and again throughout the broader fossil record, across countless different lineages facing countless different kinds of environmental transition, from the earliest mass extinctions in the fossil record through to the present day. It is worth noting carefully that this principle of flexibility favouring survival applies most clearly to periods of gradual, sustained environmental change, of exactly the kind this story has described throughout, rather than to sudden, instantaneous catastrophe, where different factors, including simple chance and geographic position relative to a specific catastrophic event, often play a considerably larger role than any particular biological trait or strategy. Megalodon's story belongs firmly to the gradual category, a species whose considerable individual power and dominance proved, across a sufficiently patient span of changing conditions, less valuable for long-term survival than the more modest, more flexible strategies pursued by its eventual successors. This is not a story of weakness triumphing over strength in any simple sense, but rather a story of one particular kind of strength, specialized power within stable conditions, proving less durable across genuine environmental transition than a different kind of strength entirely, adaptability across a wide range of changing conditions. There is a kind of quiet wisdom worth carrying forward from this pattern, one that extends well beyond the specific fate of any single ancient shark species. Dominance, however impressive and however long sustained, remains contingent on the specific conditions that made it possible. Flexibility, by contrast, however modest it might appear compared to raw power or size, offers a more durable, more broadly applicable foundation for persistence across the kind of patient, ongoing change that characterizes nearly every sufficiently long span of Earth's history. Megalodon's 20-million-year reign and its gradual patient extinction together offer one of the clearest, most thoroughly documented illustrations of this broader ecological principle available anywhere within the fossil record, a principle worth holding on to gently as this story approaches its final, quiet conclusion, returning one last time to the warm water where this entire journey first began. It is worth taking one final unhurried pass across the full arc of this story before it reaches its concluding chapter, gathering together the long, patient timeline this video has traced across so many separate threads, since seeing it laid out once more, start to finish, offers its own particular kind of quiet satisfaction, the satisfaction of a long journey finally viewed in its complete connected form. It began roughly 23 million years ago in the early Miocene, with a shark lineage already tens of millions of years old, gradually growing larger across generations as it hunted the increasingly abundant whale populations sharing its warm, productive ocean. Across the following several million years, through the Miocene climatic optimum and into the height of the Middle Miocene, this lineage reached its greatest size and its widest geographic distribution, spreading across nearly every ocean basin offering suitably warm coastal water, from the eastern Pacific to the Mediterranean to the waters surrounding Australia and New Zealand. For roughly 15 million years, spanning the majority of its total existence, Megalodon occupied this position of essentially unchallenged dominance, an apex predator without genuine rival, sustained by an ocean whose warmth, whose high sea levels, whose abundant mid-sized whale populations seemed, from the perspective of any given generation, permanent and unchanging. Then, beginning gradually around the Middle Miocene climate transition roughly 14 million years ago, and accelerating through the following millions of years, the planet began its own slow, patient transformation. Antarctic ice accumulated. Global sea levels fell. Ocean temperature gradients steepened. Whale populations began trending toward larger bodies and longer migrations. New rivals, more flexible and more broadly adaptable, began expanding into ecological space Megalodon had previously occupied without meaningful challenge. Across the following 10 million years, through the late Miocene and into the Pliocene, these patient cumulative pressures gradually eroded the delicate balance between successful reproduction and ongoing mortality that had sustained Megalodon's population for so many millions of years prior, a slow demographic decline invisible within any single generation, but unmistakable across the full sweep of the fossil record, modern paleontology has so carefully assembled. By roughly 3.6 million years ago, the very last Megalodon, wherever and whenever they lived out their final individual lives, had disappeared from the world's oceans, bringing to a close a reign that had spanned nearly 20 million years, a span of time longer than the existence of most currently recognized mammal species, longer by a considerable margin than the entire span separating modern humans from our own most distant recognizable ancestors. In the millions of years that followed, the ocean continued its patient work, whale populations growing steadily larger, eventually producing the truly enormous blue whales and other giants that populate today's seas. Great white sharks and orcas expanded into the ecological space Megalodon's decline had gradually vacated, settling into the roles they continue occupying within the modern ocean. And scattered across coastlines and riverbeds around the world, countless Megalodon teeth remained buried, waiting across millions of patient years for the moment when careful scientific study would finally begin reconstructing the remarkable story this video has told. 20 million years of warm water, 20 million years of dominance, and a gradual, patient ending unfolding across a scale of time that dwarfs ordinary human comprehension. This is the shape of Megalodon's complete story, viewed now in its full connected form a story of extraordinary success followed by an equally extraordinary, equally patient conclusion, written not in any single dramatic moment, but across the accumulated weight of countless individual lives, countless individual seasons, countless individual evenings spent moving unhurried through warm ancient water. Even after more than 3 centuries of careful study, Megalodon's story remains, in certain respects, an active and ongoing scientific investigation, with several important questions still lacking complete, settled answers, and it is worth acknowledging these open questions honestly before this story turns toward its final chapter, since genuine scientific understanding always involves this kind of honest accounting of what remains uncertain alongside what has been established with confidence. The precise maximum size Megalodon could reach remains actively debated among researchers, with published estimates for the very largest individuals ranging from approximately 50 to 65 feet in length, a range reflecting genuine methodological disagreement about how best to scale overall body length from tooth measurements alone, given the absence of any complete skeletal specimen against which different scaling methods could be directly tested and calibrated. The precise relative contribution of different environmental pressures to the species' overall decline, cooling ocean temperatures, shrinking nursery habitat, growing and increasingly migratory whale prey, expanding competition from rival predators, remains an area of active research as well, with different studies emphasizing different factors as most significant, though the broader scientific consensus, reflected throughout this story, holds that these pressures acted in combination rather than through any single dominant cause. Questions also remain regarding the precise social behavior and reproductive strategy of Megalodon, since no fossil evidence directly reveals whether the species exhibited any form of parental care beyond birth, whether individuals maintained stable territories or ranged more broadly and opportunistically, or how exactly mating and reproduction were structured within the broader population. Questions that current fossil evidence, limited as it is to teeth and scattered vertebrae, cannot fully resolve, though ongoing comparison with the behavior of living relatives continues to refine researchers' best current estimates. The precise geographic pattern of the species' final decline also remains somewhat uncertain, with current evidence suggesting a gradual contraction towards certain persistent refuge regions, particularly in the eastern Pacific, but with the exact sequence and timing of decline across different regions still requiring additional fossil evidence to fully clarify, an area where ongoing fieldwork and new discoveries continue to refine and sometimes revise earlier conclusions. This honest acknowledgement of remaining uncertainty does not undermine the broader, well-established scientific picture this story has presented throughout. Rather, it reflects the genuine, ongoing nature of scientific inquiry itself, a process that continues refining and deepening understanding even of questions that might otherwise seem, from the outside, already fully settled. Megalodon's story, reconstructed with genuine scientific confidence at the broad level this video has presented, nonetheless continues to reveal new layers of detail and nuance as researchers around the world continue their patient, careful work. It is worth finding a particular kind of comfort in this ongoing uncertainty, rather than viewing it as any kind of weakness in the story already told. Science, at its best, remains a genuinely open, continuously self-correcting process, willing to hold its current best understanding with appropriate confidence, while remaining equally willing to revise that understanding as new evidence emerges. A patient, honest approach to knowledge that mirrors, in its own way, the patient. Gradual processes this entire story has described unfolding across the ancient ocean itself. There is a final thread worth following before this story closes, a quieter, gentler observation about the specific places where the warmest remnants of Megalodon's ancient ocean can still, in a certain limited sense, be found within the modern world, coastal waters that continue to carry something of the same warmth, the same productivity, the same gentle abundance that once sustained nursery bays scattered across the entire Miocene globe. The warm coastal waters off the eastern United States, where so many of the youngest and best preserved Megalodon fossils have been recovered, remain today among the richest and most productive coastal ecosystems in the world, supporting their own contemporary abundance of fish, sea turtles and marine mammals, a living continuation, however, changed across the intervening millions of years, of the same basic pattern of warm, shallow, nutrient-rich coastal water that made Megalodon's own 20 million year reign possible in the first place. Similar warm, productive coastal zones persist today off the coasts of Peru, Panama, and across much of the tropical and subtropical Pacific and Atlantic, regions where modern whale populations continue their own seasonal migrations, where modern sharks continue hunting within waters that carry, in their basic physical character if not in their specific inhabitants, an echo of the ancient Miocene ocean this story has spent so long describing. It is worth considering gently this continuity alongside the change, the recognition that while Megalodon itself has been gone for well over 3 million years, the fundamental physical and ecological processes that once sustained it, warm water, productive upwelling, seasonal abundance, continue operating within the modern ocean essentially unchanged in their basic mechanics, even as the specific species inhabiting these processes have shifted considerably across the intervening millions of years. This continuity offers a particular kind of perspective worth carrying forward, the recognition that the modern ocean, however different in its specific inhabitants from the ocean Megalodon once dominated, remains connected to that ancient world through an unbroken thread of shared physical and ecological process. The same currents, broadly speaking, still carrying warmth and nutrients along many of the same coastlines, the same basic rhythm of seasonal abundance still governing the lives of the whales, sharks, and countless other creatures that call these waters home today. Megalodon's story, then, is not entirely a story of absence and loss, however much this video has necessarily focused on the patient process of its gradual extinction. It is also, in its own quiet way, a story of continuity, a reminder that the ocean itself, as a physical and ecological system, persists across scales of time that dwarf the existence of any single species, however dominant, however successful, however long-lived that species might have been, continuing its patient work of supporting life, generation after generation, species after species, across a span of deep time that stretches both backward into the ancient Miocene warmth this story has explored, and forward into a future no current species, human or otherwise, can yet fully perceive. As this story gathers itself toward its final close, it is worth widening the frame one last time, stepping back from Megalodon's own particular 20 million year story, to consider, briefly, the even larger pattern of slow planetary change within which that story unfolded, a pattern that continued largely undisturbed by Megalodon's own rise and fall, both before its story began and long after its story concluded. The same slow, patient cooling that gradually reshaped Megalodon's ocean across the late Miocene and Pliocene continued, in modified form, across the following several million years, deepening through the Pleistocene ice ages into a pattern of alternating glacial and interglacial periods that would come to define the planet's climate for the following 2.5 million years, a rhythm of advancing and retreating ice sheets that reshaped coastlines, sea levels, and ocean circulation again and again, long after Megalodon itself had already disappeared from the world's warm coastal waters. This ongoing pattern of climatic oscillation, unfolding across a timescale that makes even Megalodon's 20 million year story seem, by comparison, a single relatively brief chapter within a much longer planetary narrative, offers a useful final perspective on everything this story has described. The specific transition that reshaped Megalodon's world, gradual Antarctic ice growth, falling sea levels, a steepening temperature gradient between equator and poles, was not an isolated, unique event, but rather one particular chapter within an ongoing, much longer pattern of planetary climate change that has continued, in various forms, across the entire history of the Cenozoic era and beyond. Understanding Megalodon's story within this even broader context does not diminish its significance. If anything, it deepens the sense of patient, ongoing transformation this entire video has tried to convey, the recognition that the Earth itself, considered across the full span of deep time available to modern science, exists in a state of continuous gradual change, its oceans warming and cooling, its ice sheets growing and retreating, its coastlines advancing and receding, again and again, across scales of time that dwarf not just any single human life, but the entire history of every species that has ever lived upon it. Megalodon's 20 million years represents, within this much larger pattern, a single remarkable episode, a period during which one particular combination of favourable conditions, allowed one particular lineage to grow larger and more dominant than almost any other predator in the ocean's long history, before those same patient planetary rhythms that had made such dominance possible eventually, gradually, reshaped the conditions that sustained it, opening space instead for the different strategies and different lineages that continue populating the modern ocean today. There is a particular kind of peace available within this understanding, a recognition that change, however significant it may seem when examined closely within any single story, however dramatic the rise and fall of any single dominant species might appear, represents simply the ordinary ongoing character of the world itself, a world that has been changing gradually and patiently, since long before Megalodon first appeared, and that will continue changing gradually and patiently, long after every species currently alive, humanity included, has completed its own particular chapter within this same vast, ongoing, endlessly unfolding story. Return for one more chapter to a specific place, since grounding this story in a single, well-documented location helps make the broader, more abstract patterns already described feel considerably more concrete and vivid. Few regions offer a richer window into Megalodon's world than the area now occupied by the modern state of Florida, a region whose Miocene and Pliocene geological history has been studied with particular thoroughness by generations of paleontologists. During much of the Miocene, large portions of what is now Florida sat submerged beneath a warm, shallow sea, connected to the broader Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico through a configuration of coastline quite different from the peninsula's modern shape. This shallow marine platform, rich with the same kind of productive coastal conditions already described throughout this story, supported an extraordinarily abundant marine ecosystem, whale populations, sea turtles, dugongs, sharks of many species, and, prominently among them, Megalodon itself, whose fossil teeth have been recovered from Florida phosphate deposits and river systems in truly extraordinary numbers, making the region one of the single richest sources of Megalodon fossil material anywhere in the world. The Peace River and its surrounding tributaries, along with numerous phosphate mines scattered across the central portion of the state, have yielded so many individual Megalodon teeth over the past century and a half of active collection and study that researchers have been able to conduct unusually detailed statistical analysis of tooth size distribution, wear patterns, and age structure within this single, well-documented regional population, contributing significantly to the broader scientific understanding this entire video is drawn upon. As sea levels gradually declined across the late Miocene and Pliocene, following the broader pattern already discussed at length in earlier chapters, this once submerged Florida platform gradually emerged from beneath the retreating sea. The shallow marine environment that had once supported such rich Megalodon habitat slowly transforming into the dry land and eventually the freshwater river systems that characterize the modern Florida peninsula today. This transformation from warm, shallow sea to dry land represents, in miniature, exactly the kind of coastal habitat contraction described throughout this story at a much broader planetary scale, and the fact that it can be traced with such particular clarity and detail within this single, well-studied region offers a valuable, concrete illustration of the broader, more abstract pattern this video has spent so many chapters describing. Modern fossil hunters searching Florida's rivers and exposed sediment banks today are, in effect, searching through what was once open ocean, now transformed by millions of years of gradual sea level decline into dry land and freshwater waterways, each recovered tooth a small tangible fragment of the vanished shallow sea that once covered this entire region, connecting the present-day landscape directly back to the warm, productive Miocene coastline this story has described in such detail across its many preceding chapters. It is worth appreciating this particular regional story as a kind of microcosm for the entire planetary pattern this video has traced. Warm, shallow sea, rich in Megalodon habitat, gradually giving way, across millions of patient years, to the drier, more familiar landscape of the modern world, a transformation written not in any single dramatic event, but in the slow, gradual retreat of water from land that occurred, in various forms and at various paces, across coastlines throughout the entire globe during the same remarkable span of geological time. There is one final idea worth exploring before this long journey reaches its closing chapter, a gentle reframing of extinction itself that emerges naturally from everything this story has described, one that may offer a quieter, more peaceful way of holding this entire narrative as it draws toward its conclusion. Extinction, in popular imagination, often carries an implicit sense of failure, of loss measured primarily in terms of what a species could no longer do, could no longer become, could no longer continue being. This framing, while understandable, sits somewhat uneasily alongside the actual scientific picture Megalodon's story presents. A picture of a species that thrived magnificently for nearly 20 million years, longer than the vast majority of species that have ever existed on this planet before gradually gently giving way to a changing world. Consider, for a moment, an alternative framing, one that measures a species' story not by the manner or timing of its ending, but by the full duration and character of its existence. By this measure, Megalodon's story reads considerably differently, not as a story of failure or loss, but as one of the longest, most successful reigns any apex predator has ever achieved across the entire 400 million year history of vertebrate life in Earth's oceans. A reign so extended that it comfortably outlasted the entire span of time separating the extinction of the dinosaurs from the present day, repeated more than twice over. The gradual, gentle manner of its ending, free of the violence and sudden catastrophe that mark so many other extinction events throughout Earth's history, arguably represents its own kind of quiet grace, a species that was not struck down suddenly in its prime, but that instead lived out its full, natural course across an almost unimaginably long span of time, gradually giving way, generation by generation, to a changing world in a manner that allowed the broader ecosystem around it, as discussed in an earlier chapter, to adjust smoothly and without significant disruption. This reframing does not erase the genuine scientific significance of Megalodon's extinction, nor does it suggest the loss of such a remarkable species carries no weight worth acknowledging. But it does offer, perhaps, a gentler lens through which to view that loss, one that emphasizes the extraordinary duration and success of the 20 million years that came before the ending, rather than focusing primarily on the ending itself as the defining feature of the entire story. Every living thing, every species, however successful, however dominant, however long-lived, eventually reaches some form of ending, whether through the kind of gradual, patient environmental transition this story has described, or through the sudden catastrophe that ended the dinosaurs, or through whatever particular circumstances the deep future holds for species alive in the present moment, humanity included. Megalodon's particular ending, gradual, patient, free of violence, arriving only after 20 million years of genuine, sustained success, offers, in its own quiet way, one of the gentler examples available anywhere within the entire fossil record of how such an ending can unfold. Carry this thought forward now, gently, as this story approaches its final closing words, the recognition that this has been, throughout, a story of remarkable success considerably more than it has been a story of loss. 20 million years of warm water and quiet dominance, followed by an ending patient and gradual enough that the ocean itself barely seemed to notice the difference, closing softly around the space Megalodon had occupied for so very long, the way water always, eventually, closes softly around anything that settles finally into stillness. 20 million years is long enough that entire mountain ranges rose and wore away again, while Megalodon simply continued generation after generation, doing exactly what its ancestors had always done, hunting in warm water, raising young in sheltered bays, growing larger and stronger with each passing century. That kind of sustained, unbroken continuity deserves to be remembered as clearly as the ending that eventually followed it, since both together, the long success and the gentle close, form the complete and honest shape of this remarkable animal's true story. Before this story closes, it is worth considering one final time the smaller, quieter creatures that shared Megalodon's ocean throughout its long reign, since their own patient strategies for survival offer a fitting, close to everything this video has explored about flexibility, endurance, and the particular kind of resilience that outlasts even the most dominant apex predators. Among the countless smaller species sharing Miocene coastal waters, several lineages of smaller sharks and rays pursued strategies built almost entirely around patience and modest, consistent survival rather than any form of dominance or specialization. These animals fed on whatever small, reliable prey happened to be locally available, reproduced steadily across relatively short generational intervals, and maintained flexible, adaptable behavior that allowed them to persist across the very same environmental transitions that gradually eroded Megalodon's own more specialized position at the top of the food web. Many of these smaller, more modest lineages persist today, essentially unchanged in their basic ecological strategy, still feeding on small, reliable prey along coastlines around the world, still reproducing steadily, still pursuing the same patient, unremarkable strategy that allowed their ancestors to continue forward through the same long span of environmental change that eventually claimed Megalodon itself. There is a particular kind of quiet lesson embedded within this contrast, one worth carrying forward as this story reaches its final chapter. The most dramatic, most impressive success is not always the most durable. Sometimes it is the smaller, more modest, more easily overlooked strategy, patient, flexible, undemanding of any particular set of specific conditions, that ultimately proves capable of persisting across the kind of deep, patient time this entire story has explored. This is not offered as any kind of moral lesson in the traditional sense, since evolution operates according to ecological pressure and genetic variation, rather than any conscious intention or moral judgment. But it does offer a genuinely instructive pattern, worth appreciating for what it reveals about the actual mechanics of long-term survival across deep time, a pattern in which flexibility and modest, consistent success often outlasts even the most impressive specialized dominance, once the patient, ongoing rhythm of environmental change eventually reshapes the specific conditions any particular dominant strategy happened to depend upon. Megalodon's story and the quieter, more modest story of these smaller, more enduring lineages together form two complementary halves of the same broader picture this video has spent so long assembling. One story of extraordinary dramatic success followed by patient gradual decline, and another quieter story of modest consistent persistence, continuing largely unbroken across the very same span of deep time, both stories unfolding simultaneously within the same warm ancient ocean, each offering its own particular lesson about what allows life to continue in one form or another across the vast, patient sweep of geological time. As this story approaches its true final chapter, it is worth pausing once more on the specific physical boundary within the geological record that separates the sediment layers containing Megalodon's fossils from the younger layers above them, where such fossils no longer appear, since this single boundary, however unremarkable it might look to an untrained eye, represents the precise physical location where this entire 20-million-year story reaches its documented conclusion. In certain well-studied locations around the world, researchers have been able to identify this boundary with reasonable precision, a transition, sometimes subtle and sometimes more pronounced depending on local sediment conditions, marking the shift from layers where Megalodon teeth appear with their accustomed, if by this point already diminished, frequency, to layers immediately above where such teeth simply stop appearing entirely, despite continued careful searching across sediment of similar type and similar depositional environment. Standing, in an imagined sense, at this precise boundary within the rock, 1 foot in sediment still occasionally yielding Megalodon teeth, 1 foot in slightly younger sediment where such teeth never again appear, offers a particularly vivid way to hold the abstract concept of extinction in mind, not as some distant abstract idea, but as a genuine, physical, locatable transition within the Earth's own patient geological record, a transition that, however gradual and however difficult to pin to any single precise year, nonetheless exists as a real physical feature within specific identifiable rock formations that researchers can visit, examine, and study directly today. This physical reality matters for grounding everything this story has described within genuine, tangible scientific evidence rather than abstract speculation. Megalodon's extinction is not a hypothesis or a theoretical construct. It is a documented physical transition, preserved within specific identifiable rock layers around the world, studied and confirmed by generations of careful researchers working with the actual physical evidence the Earth itself has preserved. And yet, even standing at this precise physical boundary, the full emotional and narrative weight of everything this story has described, 20 million years of dominance, the gradual accumulation of environmental pressure, the countless individual lives lived across countless individual generations, remains something that transcends the purely physical rock itself, requiring instead the kind of patient, careful storytelling this video has attempted, weaving together physical evidence with imagination, scientific fact with narrative context, in order to give this ancient story the kind of full, human meaning that scattered teeth and sediment layers alone cannot quite fully provide on their own. This perhaps is the final and most important role scientific storytelling of this kind can play, taking the honest, careful, patient evidence paleontology provides, and weaving it into a narrative capable of conveying not just the facts of what happened, but something closer to the full-felt weight of what it might have meant for an animal, for an ocean, for an entire span of deep time, for one of the most remarkable predators this planet has ever produced to rise, flourish, and eventually gently give way to the patient, ongoing turning of the world around it. There is a particular quality shared by nearly everything this story has described, a quality worth naming directly as this journey draws close to its final chapter, the quality of patience, expressed not as any conscious virtue, but as the simple, physical character of processes unfolding across spans of time too vast for urgency to have any meaning at all. The ice accumulating gradually across Antarctica did not rush. The sediment settling grain by grain into ancient nursery bays did not hurry. The whales growing slowly larger across successive generations, the seaway between two continents narrowing gradually across millions of years, the population of an entire dominant species contracting slowly enough that no single generation could perceive the broader trend. All of it unfolded according to this same unhurried, patient rhythm, a rhythm that stands in such stark contrast to the pace of ordinary human experience that it requires genuine, deliberate effort to hold in mind with any real vividness. This patience is not in itself a comforting or a troubling quality. It simply is the basic character of geological and evolutionary time, indifferent to human categories of fast and slow, urgent and unhurried, dramatic and gentle. And yet, having spent this entire story immersed within that patient rhythm, tracing Megalodon's rise and fall across its full 20 million year span, there is something worth carrying forward from having done so, a slightly recalibrated sense of scale, a slightly deepened appreciation for how much can change, how completely a world can reshape itself, given sufficient time and sufficient patience. This recalibrated sense of scale extends naturally toward reflection on the present moment as well, gently and without any need for alarm. The modern ocean, like the Miocene ocean before it, exists within its own ongoing process of change. Some of it, like the natural climate rhythms already discussed, unfolding according to the same patient, geological timescale Megalodon's own story followed. Other changes, as noted in an earlier chapter, unfold today at a considerably faster pace, compressed into decades and centuries rather than millions of years, a genuinely different kind of transition than anything this ancient story has directly described. Whatever pace any particular change unfolds at, the fundamental lesson embedded within Megalodon's 20 million year story remains relevant and worth carrying forward. That flexibility, adaptability, and the capacity to adjust gradually to shifting conditions offer the most durable foundation for long-term persistence across any sufficiently extended span of time, a lesson written not through abstract theory, but through the patient physical evidence of an entire ocean's worth of rising and falling species, preserved carefully within the Earth's own deep, unhurried memory. Let this patience settle now, gently, as this story approaches its final words, the same patience that shaped 20 million years of warm water and quiet dominance, the same patience that allowed an entire ecosystem to reorganize itself smoothly around the gradual loss of its long-time largest predator. The same patience that continues, even now, shaping the ocean's future in ways too slow and too vast for any of us to fully perceive within the boundaries of any single, ordinary lifetime. In the final stretch before this story closes, it is worth widening the lens one last time to consider the many other quiet endings that unfolded alongside Megalodon's own, since no extinction, however significant, ever occurs in true isolation from the broader web of life surrounding it, and appreciating this wider context adds a final layer of depth to everything already described. The giant sea turtles mentioned in an earlier chapter experienced their own gradual decline across this same broad window of time, their populations contracting alongside the same shrinking coastal habitat that pressed against Megalodon's own nurseries, several of the larger species disappearing from the fossil record within a few million years of Megalodon's own final chapters, their story quieter and less studied, but following a broadly similar pattern of gradual, patient contraction rather than sudden catastrophe. Certain coral species that had built the sprawling reef systems described earlier also faded during this same extended period, their calcium carbonate structures gradually less able to keep pace with shifting water chemistry and temperature, leaving behind different, simpler reef communities in their place, an underwater architecture reorganizing itself slowly, quietly, alongside every other transition this story has traced. Certain smaller whale lineages, precursors to the modern forms already discussed, likewise gave way during this period, replaced gradually by the larger, more migratory whales, whose own success this story has already connected to Megalodon's decline, a reminder that the whales Megalodon hunted were themselves in the midst of their own broader evolutionary transition, not a fixed, unchanging backdrop against which Megalodon's story alone unfolded, but active participants in the same shared patient reorganization of the entire ocean. Considered together, these many overlapping interwoven endings and beginnings, Megalodon fading, sea turtles contracting, reef communities reorganizing, whale lineages shifting toward new forms, great whites and orcas expanding into newly available space, paint a picture considerably richer and more complete than any single species' story could offer in isolation. The late Miocene and Pliocene ocean was not a stage upon which Megalodon's story alone played out, but a vast, interconnected theatre in which countless species simultaneously experienced their own particular version of the same broad, patient environmental transition, each one adjusting according to its own particular biology, its own particular flexibility or vulnerability, its own particular relationship to the specific conditions that were, across this entire window of deep time, gradually and permanently reshaping themselves. This wider view offers perhaps the most complete and honest way to close this long exploration, a recognition that Megalodon's 20-million-year story, remarkable and significant as it genuinely is, represents just one thread, however vivid and well documented, within an entire ocean's worth of simultaneous overlapping transitions, each one unfolding according to its own timeline, its own particular pressures, its own particular resolution, together forming the vast, patient, interconnected tapestry of change that has always characterized life within Earth's oceans, across every era this story has touched, and across every era still to come. As this story finally gathers itself toward its true closing chapter, it is worth acknowledging gently just how much of what has been described across this long journey remains, appropriately, an act of careful, evidence-based reconstruction, rather than direct, witnessed history, since no human observer, and indeed no observer of any kind capable of recording or transmitting what it witnessed, existed anywhere during the 20 million years this story has spanned. Everything shared across this video, the warm nurseries, the gradual cooling, the shifting whale migrations, the expanding rivals, the patient, mathematical erosion of population balance, rests upon the careful, patient interpretation of physical evidence, teeth, sediment, isotopes, bite marks, vertebrae, assembled across more than 3 centuries of dedicated scientific inquiry into the most complete and honest picture current evidence allows. Where this story has offered specific scenes, a particular nursery bay, a particular evening, a particular hunt, these represent reasonable, evidence-grounded reconstructions, rather than documented historical fact in the way a recorded human event might be understood, a necessary and appropriate use of narrative imagination to help convey the broader scientific reality in a form capable of being genuinely felt, rather than simply understood in the abstract. This distinction matters, and it is worth naming clearly as this story closes, not to undermine anything already shared, but to honour the genuine, careful, patient work of the scientists whose research made this story possible in the first place, researchers who would be the first to acknowledge the appropriate humility required when reconstructing 20 million years of deep history from a scattered, incomplete, but nonetheless genuinely informative fossil record. What remains solid and well established, regardless of the particular narrative choices this story has made along the way, is the broad, overall pattern this entire journey has traced. A large, warm water-dependent apex predator, thriving for nearly 20 million years within a productive Miocene ocean, gradually declining across the following 10 million years as that ocean's specific conditions shifted, and finally disappearing from the fossil record roughly 3.6 million years ago, its decline driven by a genuine, well-documented combination of environmental and ecological pressures rather than any single dramatic cause. This much, the broad shape of the story rests upon genuinely solid scientific ground, patiently assembled across generations of careful research, continuously refined and tested against new evidence as it becomes available, and offered here, across this long, unhurried journey, in the hope that understanding it might offer not just scientific knowledge, but something closer to genuine appreciation for the extraordinary scale of deep time, for the patient, quiet mechanics of environmental change, and for the remarkable animal whose 20 million year story this video has tried, as faithfully and as gently as possible, to tell. The water settles now, dark and warm, the way it always eventually settles, around everything this ocean has ever held, around every creature that has ever swum through it, around every ending, however gradual, however patient, that the long, slow turning of this planet has ever produced. Let it settle around you too now, gently, as this final chapter closes, and let whatever remains of this long, ancient story carry you the rest of the way towards sleep. Before the final chapter closes this long journey entirely, it is worth taking one last, gentle inventory of everything that carried forward from Megalodon's ancient world into the ocean that exists today. A quiet accounting of continuity to balance against the long story of gradual ending this video has spent so many chapters describing. The great white shark, descended from ancestors that once shared coastal water alongside Megalodon itself, continues patrolling many of the same general coastlines today, a living, breathing continuation of the broader shark lineage this story has traced throughout, carrying forward, in modified and considerably smaller form, something of the same fundamental predatory role Megalodon once filled so completely. The orca, having refined across millions of years the same cooperative, intelligent hunting strategy, first emerging during the period this story has described, remains today one of the ocean's most successful apex predators, its pods still moving through many of the same waters, still hunting many of the same broad categories of prey, whales, seals, fish, that sustained its own ancestors during the long transitional period this story has traced. The great whales themselves, having grown steadily larger across the millions of years following Megalodon's disappearance, continue their ancient pattern of seasonal migration today, travelling between cold, productive polar feeding grounds and warm, sheltered tropical breeding waters, a pattern first clearly emerging during the very period this story has described, still faithfully repeated by every grey whale, humpback whale, and blue whale, completing its own annual migration across the modern ocean. The warm coastal nurseries, though changed considerably in their specific geography, from the shallow Miocene bays this story has described in such detail, continue performing much the same essential ecological function today, sheltering the vulnerable young of countless modern marine species, a role whose fundamental importance this story has traced across every stage of Megalodon's own 20 million year reign. And the patient, careful science that reconstructed this entire story, the paleontology, the isotope analysis, the careful comparative anatomy, continues its own steady work today, refining and deepening understanding not just of Megalodon specifically, but of the broader patterns of environmental change, ecological resilience, and gradual extinction. This story has explored patterns that remain genuinely relevant to understanding the modern ocean's own ongoing transformation. This is perhaps the final and most fitting note on which to close this long accounting before the story's true final chapter arrives, the recognition that endings, however complete and however final for the specific species involved, rarely erase everything connected to them. Something almost always carries forward, transformed, modified, adapted, but nonetheless connected through an unbroken thread of shared ecological logic, reaching all the way back to the warm, ancient water where this entire story first began. One last measurement is worth taking before this story finally closes, a gentle comparison between the scale of everything described here and the modern ocean that carries, quietly, so much of Megalodon's distant inheritance within it today, offering a final sense of proportion before sleep takes hold entirely. The modern ocean covers roughly 70% of the Earth's surface, holding within it a volume of water so vast that even the 20 million years of Megalodon's existence represents only a narrow, if significant, chapter within the ocean's own much longer 4 billion year history. Within that vast expanse, the warm coastal waters this story is focused on, the nurseries, the productive shelves, the shallow bays, occupy only a modest fraction of the total ocean, and yet it was precisely within this modest warm fraction that so much of the drama and abundance this story has described actually unfolded. This proportion, a narrow band of warm coastal water producing such disproportionate significance within the broader story of ocean life, repeats itself again and again throughout marine history, a reminder that abundance and evolutionary significance rarely correlate simply with total area or total volume, but rather with the particular, specific conditions, warmth, shelter, nutrient availability, that allow life to flourish most vigorously within whatever modest portion of the vast ocean happens to provide them. Megalodon's 20 million year story unfolded almost entirely within this narrow, warm coastal band, a reminder that even the most dominant, most far-ranging apex predator the ocean has ever produced remained, throughout its existence, tied closely to this specific, limited kind of habitat, dependent upon its continued availability in a way that ultimately shaped, as this entire story has traced, both its extraordinary 20 million year success and its eventual gradual decline. As sleep finally settles now, carry forward this last gentle measure of proportion, the vast ocean and the narrow, warm water within it, the 20 million years and the single ordinary evening, the enormous shark and the small, patient teeth that remain its only lasting trace, each comparison offering its own small reminder of how deep time actually works, patient, proportional, and, in the end, remarkably gentle toward whatever creatures happen to live within it, for however long their own particular chapter happens to last. Let the water settle now, warm and dark, the way it has settled across every chapter of this long, patient story, and picture, one final time, that single shape moving unhurried beneath the surface, the enormous, quiet silhouette that opened this journey so many hours ago. It does not know its own story. It never did. It knows only the water around it tonight, the particular temperature and current and fading light of this one single ordinary evening, indistinguishable from its own perspective from 10,000 evenings before it, and perhaps 10,000 evenings still to come, within whatever span of years remained available to this particular animal, within this particular stretch of ancient warm coastline. Everything this story has described, the slow accumulation of Antarctic ice, the closing seaway between two vast continents, the whales growing larger and swimming further, the rivals expanding into newly available water, the nurseries narrowing gradually along contracting coastlines, all of it remains for this single shark, entirely invisible, entirely beyond the reach of anything it could perceive within the boundaries of its own single life. And yet all of it is true, all of it real, all of it patiently unfolding layer by layer, generation by generation, around this single unaware creature and around every other creature sharing its vast, warm, ancient ocean, a slow, planetary transformation invisible from within, but unmistakable when viewed, as we are fortunate enough to view it now, from a vantage point millions of years removed, with the patient, careful work of paleontology finally allowing the full shape of the story to come into focus. Let yourself rest now in that quiet water alongside this ancient shape, needing nothing more from the story than what has already been given, no resolution beyond the resolution the ocean itself eventually, gently provided, no ending beyond the ending that arrived not through violence or catastrophe, but through the same patient, gradual process that shapes nearly everything within the deep, slow turning of the world. 20 million years of warmth, 10 million years of gradual change, one single, final, ordinary evening, indistinguishable from all the rest, folding quietly into the dark. That is the whole of it, the whole of everything. This long night has tried to hold gently in place long enough for you to see it clearly before letting it go. The way the ocean itself has always eventually let everything go into stillness, into sediment, into sleep. If you like this video, let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is. I'm always curious about that. And if you have a suggested topic, feel free to leave it in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel, as it really helps us continue making more content like this one. And if this story leaves you with any lingering curiosity, here is a gentle question to carry into your dreams. Of everything the ocean has quietly taken back across its long history, what do you think it might be gradually, patiently reshaping right now, in warm water somewhere in the world, too slowly for any of us to notice yet? Anyways, see you in the next one. Sleep well,